honored guests, and dear participants. Welcome to day 2 of our international conference. We begin today's proceeding with our first and highly significant session, the panel discussion on policy impact through academic insight. In today's complex and rapidly transforming global environment, policy making requires more than administrative action. It demands evidence, research, collaboration, and informed academic insight. Universities generate knowledge, research builds frameworks, and when these insights reach policymakers, they create meaningful and sustainable impact. This morning's panel brings together eminent scholars and thought leaders whose work bridges academia, international affairs, and public discourse. We are privileged to have with us Mr. Sandeep Kumar Ghosh, publisher at Outlook, who brings valuable perspective on how academic insights translates into public narrative and policy dialogue. Next we have with us Professor Laszlo Vasa from Széchenyi István University, Hungary, who is the Chief Advisor and Senior Research Fellow at Hungarian Institute of International Affairs. Professor Vasa's experience in international economics and policy advisory adds a strong global dimension to this discussion. Professor Vasa is the editorial board member of prestigious international Q1, Q2 ranked scientific journals and is among top authors of Central European Scholars in Scopus. Professor Vasa is a member of Scientific Advisory Board of Gurnak Dev University. Next we have with us Professor Leela Dagger from Adnan Kessler School of Business, whose research in economics and sustainability contributes significantly to understanding policy challenges in emerging economies. Professor Leela Dagger is the founding director of the Center for Policy Action and Associate Professor of Economics and Policy at Lebanese American University. She currently serves as an editor of Energy Policy as well as on editorial board of other journals. Next we have with us is Professor Mandeep Mahendru from Széchenyi István University, whose academic work reflects strong international collaboration and policy-oriented research. Dr. Mandeep Mahendru is a scholar practitioner in financial economics whose work spans academic research, policy-oriented measurement, and applied consulting. Dr. Mahendru has double postdocs from Technische University, Germany and State Bank of India. May I now respectfully invite our esteemed panelists to kindly grace the stage. I request Professor Laszlo Vasa to kindly join the panel on the stage. Next, I request Professor Leela Dagger to please grace the stage. I request Professor Mandeep Mahendru to kindly join the panel. To steer this important discussion, we are honored to have with us our esteemed moderator, Mr. Sandeep Kumar Ghosh. I request our respected moderator to kindly come forward and take the chair. We are truly grateful to our distinguished guests for their presence and valuable time. With this, I now hand over the session to Mr. Sandeep Kumar. With this, it is our privilege to formally felicitate our distinguished panelist and moderator as a mark of respect and appreciation. I request Dr. Baljeet Kaur, Head Punjab School of Economics, to present the floral welcome to our esteemed guests. I request Professor Laszlo Vasa to kindly come forward for felicitation. I request Professor Leela Dagger to kindly come forward for felicitation. I request Professor Mandeep Mahendru to kindly come forward for felicitation. Ghosh to kindly come forward for felicitation. With this, I now hand over the session to Mr. Sandeep Kumar Ghosh to lead this enriching panel discussion on policy impact through academic insight. The stage is all yours. Thank you.
Am I audible? Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the organizer, I'll take the liberty to extend a warm welcome to all of you. I see very nice, fresh faces. And I assume most of you are students. Am I right? Artificial intelligence is now a very important subject, but I'll come to it later. I hope you have been able to understand what is, in a simple form, what does AI impacting policy making means. Artificial intelligence is no more a subject that is confined to laboratories. Artificial intelligence is now no more a concept of future. Artificial intelligence already arrived. And many of us in our day-to-day life, when we use the Google Maps, we are using artificial intelligence. The time we see Instagram Reels, we are actually using artificial intelligence. And when we check in airports with our face reading, that is also a sort of artificial intelligence. Now, this is tits and bits. The policy question over here is, how can artificial intelligence be accelerated and implemented in government policy formation so that it leads to a better economic situation, it leads to a better society, it creates more employment, and governance becomes more effective and efficient. To discuss this, I have very esteemed speakers with me. Already, their introduction has been given. So, with this footnote, I would like to start the discussion. My first question goes to all. In an era of artificial intelligence, Laila, I will start with you because you are the lady from abroad. In an era of artificial intelligence, how come universities and teachers help our governments across the world to implement artificial intelligence effectively, efficiently?
Thank you for the question, and happy to be here with you today. So it's an excellent question, and I think that governments should not be left alone to navigate how to adopt AI. So we as teachers, as students, academia in general, we have a critical responsibility in shaping how AI is used in a good and safe way going forward. I would like to frame my answer around three very interconnected roles. So first of all, knowledge generation, institutional design, and a third is the human capital development. First, universities generate the evidence base. So we as universities, we generate the evidence, the scientific evidence that we need for good policy making, evidence-based policy making. Governments sometimes move faster than the research community, but policy without evidence can be risky, as we all know. And I think we discussed it a bit earlier today, especially when it comes to AI. Universities can conduct impact assessments. We can do bias audits. We can do regulatory simulations before systems are scaled at a national level. For example, before deploying AI and public welfare targeting, which is a very interesting use, predictive policing or digital health records, governments need independent academic evaluations of fairness, transparency, and unintended consequences. Universities can provide that neutral, rigorous space. We can test models, stress test assumptions, and identify vulnerabilities before any harm occurs. So this is the first pillar. Second, universities help design governance frameworks. So AI is not only a technical tool, as we all know, it is a regulatory challenge. Teachers and researchers in law, economics, public policy, and ethics can all work directly with governments to draft responsible AI guidelines, and some countries have started to do that. That includes advising on data protection standards, extremely important, algorithmic accountability mechanisms, procurement rules for AI systems, and oversight structures. Many governments lack in-house AI expertise, and universities can fill that gap through policy labs, advisory boards, and commissioned research. Importantly, we can help governments avoid the two extremes, either over-regulation that stifles innovation or the under-regulation that creates social harm. And third is, and perhaps most important, universities shape human capital. Safe AI use will depend on the people who design, implement, and regulate it. Teachers influence how future civil servants, engineers, and policymakers think about technology. If we embed ethics right from the start, critical thinking, and interdisciplinary learning into AI education, we create graduates who understand both the power and the limits of these systems. Governments need officials who can ask the right questions. What data was used? Who might be excluded? What are the long-term institutional implications? Universities cultivate that mindset. There is also a fourth dimension that is increasingly important, which is public trust. Governments adopting AI often face skepticism. Universities, as relatively independent institutions, can help build trust by acting as transparent evaluators and communicators. When citizens see that AI systems have been independently assessed and publicly debated, legitimacy will increase. Finally, collaboration must be continuous, not episodic. We should not engage only after a crisis. Governments and universities should establish permanent AI policy partnerships, joint task forces, fellowships placing academics in ministries, and training programs for public officials. AI is evolving rapidly, as we all know. Governance must evolve with it. In short, teachers and universities help governments use AI well by providing the evidence, designing safeguards, training responsible leaders, and strengthening public trust. Good AI governance is not only a technological challenge, as I said at the beginning, it is an institutional one. And institutions are built through education.
Yeah, same question.
Yeah. Yes, thank you very much for inviting me to this great event and to get involved into this insightful discussion. I would focus on the practical side, as luckily I am not just involved in the field of science and academia, but also in the field of the policy making. I counted like 5 concrete roles of how teachers and universities can help the governments using AI in a good and safe way, and some of them were mentioned already by Leila, surprisingly. But I think the first and most important role that we can be the translators between technology and policy. First, universities must act as a translators between AI experts and policymakers, because by my experience in Europe, most ministries do not have enough in-house AI competence. Why should they have, basically? The same like in the policy analysis that the ministries, they just do not have enough experts in-house, because the public servant's role is to manage the state affairs and not to investigate and not to make deep analysis. So for that they are using the background institutions or universities or research institutions in whatever format they are existing. This is how I am contributing to the foreign policy making of Hungary in a background institution at the Hungarian Institute of International Affairs. But back to the AI issues. So the ministries are not having the AI competence in-house. At the same time, many AI researchers do not speak the policy language. So they do not know how to transform their results and their activities into the government activities. So we as academics, we can explain complex AI concepts like large language models, bias, explainability, privacy risks in a clear, non-technical language, so that decision makers understand what is realistic, what is hype, and where the real risks are. This means we can write short, neutral policy briefs, not 40 pages academic articles, participating in parliamentary hearings, expert committees, and offering independent advice, neither commercial nor ideological. The second point is the evidence, so that we can prove the evidence, not just the opinion, because we have all the tools with our methodologies to prove different phenomena. So the universities can run impact studies on AI use in education, healthcare, and public administration, test pilot projects before they are rolled out nationally, evaluate whether an AI system actually reduces costs, increase fairness, or improve service quality. If the state wants to introduce, for example, an AI system to allocate social benefits or to support grading in schools, universities can stress test these systems for bias or errors, examine distributional effects, who wins, who loses, and to publish transparent reports. In this way, governments do not fly blind, they have an evidence base. The third point, what you kindly mentioned, so probably I wouldn't go into details, the training the human capital of the state. It's clear, it is our task, absolutely. My fourth idea is the ethical and legal guardrails. How we can shape the ethical and legal frameworks for the AI. Many of us are already working on AI ethics, human rights, constitutional implications, and we can contribute to national AI strategies, data strategies, digital education strategies, and help align them with international standards and norms. In particular, we can highlight the red lines. For example, uses of AI that are incompatible with human dignity and democracy. Recommending governance mechanisms, ethic committees, impact assessment, independent oversight bodies, and designing guidelines for responsible public sector AI, how to ensure transparency, constant stability, and human oversight, and also the data protection, for sure, because with these big data systems, the government and the state easily can combine all of your data in one central system. But what if this system is hacked and your data are not in good hands? So teachers in disciplines like philosophy, law, sociology, and political science are very important here, not only engineers. So here we can find the new roles after developing the AI as a large language structure, the role of the humanities experts and the liberal arts. And the fifth role modeling responsible AI use in our own institutions. If universities themselves use AI in a chaotic or irresponsible way, we lose credibility when advising governments. So first of all, we have to regulate our own flows and standard. Let's say if you are submitting a master thesis or a PhD thesis, first of all, we have to check for the AI-proof status because it is already quite easy to check the similarity and the plagiarism, but the challenging, especially in the different languages, how to check the AI in background. We need clear institutional policies, encourage open science and reproducibility of AI research as far as possible, and creating interdisciplinary AI centers where technical, social, and legal experts work together. And my final thoughts in connection with your questions that good and safe policy sector AI is not only a technical question, it is a question of values, institutions, and culture. So teachers and universities shape all three. We form the values of the future decision makers. We have designed the institutions that govern AI, and we influence the culture, whether society approach AI with blind fear, with blind enthusiasm, and informed responsibility. So if governments want to use AI, well, they should treat universities not only as suppliers of technology, but as long-term partners in thinking, educating, and safeguarding the public interest. Thank you.
Thank you for this, and I'm highly thankful to the organizers for giving me a stage and for the moderator for putting up such a crucial question to us that how the academy can use it, the government in a safe way, AI in a safe way. So I'll resound here. I'm very much with Leela and Duaslo what he said about the use of AI. I'm being reminded of the AI summit which held in the last week only, and where our Honorable Prime Minister is very much concerned with happiness of all and welfare for all. So that's the AI is not something which is new coming up new, but the way it is coming is we all are concerned about. So as an academia, the responsibility always lies with us. Like from yesterday onwards, we are the panel, in the introduction also, we talk about that how AI can be safe. That is a more of the concern in the policy making also. So the academia is what I believe that industry is very much have a speed and scale. But if I come back to academia, that is very profound. They work with very calm and they work very grounded one. So that creates a difference. As an academia, we want to give what our country is expecting out of AI. We can give that to the policymakers. Like we are believing in the ethical AI. So the ethical AI starts from the educational institutions only. That we can build up the architecture which can deliver the ethical AI. Like if we build the LLM models, help the building the LLM models, which can feed the data, which is very much authenticated by. Because the government or the governance is going to use that data, which is being loaded mostly by the academia only. So as a the responsibility lies with academia that how we feed the data there. So that's the one thing. And the data must be transparent. That's the system, the architecture we make must be transparent. So that's we cannot get we can face deeply the deep fake cases like this, which is very much harming that. And at the same point of a time, we want to address the problem of these phishing attacks and cybersecurity risk at the same point of a time. So the academia has a good role, and what I can say that it has a significant role to play in all this. Because the journey starts from academia and it translates, as Laszlo said very rightly, that it translates to the governance. So if the government do not have any time to test it for long, that I talk about scale and scalability over there. So that's why in order to make the things very much meticulous and at the same point of a time very much authenticated also, the role lies with academia. So that's what I think that for the ethical, for the inclusivity, building a large language models so that the translation may not be a difficult part for us. We can interact with the world. And with this lies the collaboration with number of countries, because what the AI Summit comes out with, the Global South cooperation especially, and the cooperation from the world for making it a success. So again, the academia has to find out the way that we can collaborate and we can build in the strong AI system which can address the needs of the world over there. So that's how I think that we can take the part in the governance.
Students, do you want to question the panelists now or at the end? Because one part of the session is getting over. I'll go to a different question now. Do you want to ask questions now or you want to ask later?
I have a question, if I may.
Yeah.
Particularly, Laszlo is working with the University of Public Service, I know, and his don't you think that there is also going to be another challenge for governance kind of style? Because if I want to predict how will Hungary's policy be, for example, international policy, or for that matter Lebanon, or for that matter even India, or any country, and I put I give a prompt to generative AI, okay, this is what is the status of Hungarian, for example, politics right now, and there are elections coming up. So what should be the strategy, geopolitical strategy of Hungary? So don't you think that I can also predict, and I'm also kind of assuming that probably some of the government policy makers would also be using generative AI to predict their, to formulate their policies. So don't you think that there is a leakage of privacy which will happen and come into the play in this case?
Thank you for the very insightful question. First of all, what we should know, and I am not sure we know, what are the sources for the AI? If we are prompting something, based on what we will get the question, and especially the foreign policy, which is very much influenced by the political opinions, is very hard influenced by the sources which is using. So can you imagine that the AI, any of the AI structures and platforms, can use Reddit opinions to predict foreign policy decisions? Because this is insane. Because Reddit is an uncontrolled platform for very strange opinions. And if you check the results what you get on your question, it will appear based on Reddit. But Reddit is not a controlled knowledge platform, and still the AI is using it. So when it comes to foreign policy, but I think also economic policy, the other thing is that another very significant part of the results are based on liberal, left-oriented mainstream media opinions. So the AI itself will be influenced by these opinions when you got the answer as an outsider. But if you are an insider and you see the clear and real processes, you can evaluate the situation. So for that purpose, frankly, I wouldn't recommend to use the AI how to predict the results of an election, because it is a wishful thinking, which is reflected by the AI. This is exactly what we can see in the case of Hungary. We will see after the elections. But now the mainstream media, all they wish that our current prime minister would disappear from the political life. But if he wins, what these analysts will say? Okay, we were wrong because the AI told the wrong predictions. So there are serious limitations, especially when it comes to use the AI based on the public sources, I mean internet. I am telling you an example, it's very technical. I used the simple AI ChatGPT for evaluating a report on a research progress report which was funded by the European Union. I got a PDF which is not online, and I got a closed text box platform where I should evaluate. And it saved a lot of time for me, because the AI was excellent to calculate the numbers and to see the results, exact questions, exact answers. It was working very well. But if it would be an open question, for what I would need to investigate things and correlations on the internet, it wouldn't work well, I'm sure, because these preconceptions and these majority-based opinions, political opinions, would mislead the answers. You can try, even in the case of India, if you are putting a sensitive economic policy or political question, and you will see out of the 5 statements or results of the ChatGPT, the sources will be questionable sources, not factual sources, and this is a danger.
Can I just very quickly also? So I think yes, what AI needs really to give a good answer would be access to a full set and not only full accurate set of information, which is not the case. Let me give an example to the students. Let's say I'm grading a paper, a project. If I just give it to AI and say grade it, it's one thing. But if I give it a rubric where these are my
next set of questions with you. The world, most part of the world is as beautiful and as pretty you are. But many parts of the world are not so beautiful and as pretty. Particularly the conflicting zones, and particularly the underdeveloped countries. Now, do you think that government of these countries and these conflicting zones can apply AI in their day-to-day affairs and improve the economic situation and the social conditions of people there, or it will work the other way around?
Thank you. Very, very important question. And I think when we talk about the developing countries and AI, we must resist simplistic narratives. So AI will not be a miracle, and it's not an imminent threat, right? So, and as I said, it's a tool that depends on the context, the governance, and the institutional capacity. So I will approach this from three layers. What are the opportunities, what are the risks, and also what are the conditions for success. Okay, so the opportunity for countries where resources are limited, so in crisis, developing countries, etc., efficiency is not a luxury, it is really a necessity. So governments often face constraints in funding, in infrastructure, in skilled labor, and administrative capacity. AI can help optimize scarce resources, so we become more efficient. Let me give you examples, what I think are really important examples for developing countries and where we have opportunities. Agriculture, one of them. In many developing countries, smallholder farmers face unpredictable climate conditions, limited access to credit, and low productivity. So AI-powered weather forecasting, soil monitoring, and crop disease detection can significantly improve yields and reduce losses. That translates directly into more food security, which is a very critical issue for such countries, and income stability. This is for agriculture. And healthcare, also very important. AI can support early diagnosis through imaging analysis or mobile-based triage systems in areas where doctors are scarce. Again, going back to scarce resources. It can help predict disease outbreaks using data analytics. In fragile systems, this predictive capacity can save lives. So these are, the opportunities, just giving examples from here and there, but the important sectors. In energy systems, AI can improve grid management, reduce technical losses, and integrate renewable energy more effectively, which is critical for countries struggling with energy reliability. In public finance, AI can improve tax compliance, detect fraud, and optimize public expenditure targeting. For governments with limited fiscal capacity, better targeting of social assistance can make a real difference in there. In education, AI-driven adaptive learning tools can personalize instruction in contexts where teacher-to-student ratios are high in many developing countries. So yes, in short, AI has the potential to allow developing countries to kind of leapfrog certain development stages, just as mobile banking leapfrog traditional banking infrastructure in parts of Africa. Let me talk very briefly about the risks. So these are the opportunities. Let's talk a little bit about the risks. So the same features that make AI powerful also make it a bit risky. So AI systems rely heavily on data, so this is something that we touched on. Many developing countries lack high-quality representative data sets. Informal economies, big informal economies, undocumented labor, rural populations, these are often underrepresented in digital data systems. So here, going back to the complete set of information. When AI models are trained on incomplete or biased data, they produce inaccurate or unfair outcomes. So this is one of the risks. Another is the digital divide, whether north-south or urban, so these remain significant in our world today. Urban areas often have better connectivity and infrastructure compared to rural regions. Wealthier citizens have more access to digital tools than poorer households. If AI-powered services are only accessible to those already connected, then inequality will widen. So this is one of the risks, definitely. And third is the regulatory capacity, which is often weak in developing countries. So data protection laws that we already touched on may be outdated or poorly enforced. Algorithmic transparency requirements may not exist, Without proper safeguards, AI can enable surveillance, misuse of personal data, and such. Fourth is the issue of technological dependency. So many developing countries import AI systems from global technology firms, as we know. These systems are often designed for very different socioeconomic contexts. When local governments rely heavily on external platforms, as is the case, they may lose control over data, reduce domestic innovation incentives, and compromise digital sovereignty. Also, the fifth one, which we all talk about, is the labor market. So what would be the effect on labor markets? In economies where unemployment is already high and social protection systems are weak, rapid automation without transition strategies can increase social instability. So again, this is something to think about. It's a risk. So I guess if we look at the bigger picture, we must recognize that AI is unfolding within a global power structure. The AI race is dominated by a few countries and corporations. Developing countries must avoid becoming merely consumers of imported digital systems. So here it's important to build local innovation ecosystems, even if they are modest. And this is essential for long-term resilience. So to answer your question directly, yes, AI can help poor and developing countries. It can improve efficiency, as we said at the beginning, reduce waste, enhance service delivery, and support sustainable development goals. But if used carelessly, without regulation, without skills, without inclusion, it can widen inequality, unfortunately, increase dependency, and undermine the trust. So it's not a shortcut to development, it is a force multiplier, and we have to use it very carefully. Thank you.
Professor Laszlo, my question to you now is, European governments are famous to do research first and then implement the policies. But while governments over here, they directly go with their policies to the citizens. And the research happens in the country, let loose. Can you give us few examples where the universities had helped the government do the research and implement policies which have really improved the governance, the effectiveness and efficiency of it?
Yes, thank you for the question. Yes, indeed, in Europe, sometimes and more often the universities are being imposed into the decision making, and in the case of issues and plans where the AI can be useful, it is absolutely advised to use these university capabilities, because when it comes to philosophical or ethical questions, the university opinions are usually are too differing by the real needs of the society. So in this case, it's probably not so useful. But when it comes to the examples, let me mention a few. In London and Milan, universities conducted detailed air quality research, which is an evidence-based issue. So no philosophical questions there. And they used real-time pollution sensors, traffic flow modeling, and public health data. Obviously, these are the data sets where the AI is perfectly usable. Before regulation, the political debate was very, very polarized. Some argued that restricting cars would hurt business in the downtown. If you transform the whole city of Milan into car-free area, it can hurt interest. Others argued that drastic bans were necessary. University research showed very clearly which districts had the highest particulate concentration, how school proximity increased child exposure, and what type of restriction, low emission zones versus full bans, would be proportionate, and in which districts. As a result, governments introduced low emission zones instead of blanket bans, and this was a more balanced decision. It was targeted, it was data driven, and legally defensible. Without university modeling, the regulation might have been either too weak or too politically excessive. And that is a conceptual point in connection with that, because universities improve public decisions, especially in three situations, or can improve in three situations. In case of high uncertainty, in case of technically complex issues, like this one, what I mentioned, and long-term societal impact. So in such cases, political intuition is not always enough. And academic contribution does not eliminate political responsibility, for sure, but it increases rationality, legitimacy, and stability of regulation. And in Europe, where rule of law and proportionality are central principles, this research-based approach is particularly important. Thank you.
Professor Mandeep, universities are supposed to teach and do research. How do you think universities can also work and help the government do its litmus test before implementing policies? This question is not only for India, for most of the countries in the world.
Thank you for this question. That yes, you are true that the universities are involved in the teaching and research. But having said that, if we take the excellence centers of the universities, they can act as a test centers for the government policies. That is what we call as a prototypes before launching the things. So that way the universities can help, because the universities have that infrastructure for having the pilot testing. Nobody else can have that kind of infrastructure. So what I think so is that the government can easily and do the litmus test in the universities' excellence centers to see that whether the things will fall in the manner they want or not. So the universities need to develop. The universities need to first of all set up the excellence centers for the same, and at the same point of time, they have that capabilities to test that the before the governance to experiment over there. That is what I mean to say. Like for example, if I want to test the whether the AI is going to be ethical or not, where I can start, because I can test it by start with my youngsters only at the university system, that what need to be ethical over there, that the deep fake cases will reduce down, the cyber security risk will not happen over there. So the university can act as a stress test centers for the same. That is how I'm feeling that the university can provide a platform one, and have the resources too in the form of their faculties and their resources to do the research in that manner that they can be tested in the later on on the policy grounds. Because the government do not have a time to test. You rightly said that first they implement the things, then they test back. So that's the reverse this works in India. So that makes a big difference, that if the universities can act as a excellence centers, act as a stress centers, and can test the things over there, pilot the things over there, and then implement at the policy levels, that will make a big difference over there. That let's talk about LLM models. That if we see that if the university academicians can easily see that if we put the certain prompt, what is coming out of that? Is that information is going to be reliable or not? Is that information is going to be meticulous or not? Like if I talk about Bhashini of the government, the Bhashini software of the government, which easily translate the language. So if the academicians can test on the ground that if this we put in the data is coming out in the way, the translation is done in a meticulous way or not. So that act as a testing ground, what I mean to say, for that reason over there. For the same cause, we can have the certain fintech activities which are going on, and which are creating again the threat to the financial sector over there. So we can every time see that how we can evaluate and do the impact testing of those models, that whether they are working seamlessly or not. So that can be done at the university level or at the research centers of the excellence centers of the universities, in order to find out whether they pass on the stress test or not. If not, then what are the weaknesses in the same and what need to be improved, so that by writing the white paper or policy papers these are the loopholes in the system, and we can improve at any point of a time. So that's how I see. And what is expected out of universities that that they also set up the architecture that is capable of testing the same, the very much seamless architecture and the robust one, and that is not possible in the silos. For that, the collaboration need to be done. The globalization, that means that's how we see that the collaborative attitude will make a difference to that. That I am not good in technology of testing the one thing. Suppose in India, I can approach to Hungary that for that the Wasla's University or Lila's University to join hands together, where I can play the good role and where they can also play the good role. So by joining hand, by specializing in that, we can test the policies beforehand only, and we can make them as meticulous as possible. So this is what my indication is towards this.
Professor Laszlo, Professor Laila, is there any real life example where a university has tested something, like you said, the number of cars is more in a particular area? Is there some live example in your country where the test has been done and then the policy was implemented?
My country is a tough case because we've had crises one after the other. So there has it's always a reaction to something that has happened. We don't have time to kind of do something in advance or preempt something. We are trying. So for example, now my center, which is a newly founded center, Center for Policy Action, we're trying to bridge the gap between academic work and policy making. So it's pretty comprehensive. We cover economic policy, energy, environment, education, health, governance, social protection as well. So really all kinds of policies. And what we are trying to do is help people in academia, students, faculty, etc., to frame their work in such a way that policymakers can understand it. Okay, so policymakers don't have the time nor the expertise to read our 30, 40 page academic articles with all the graphs and equations and so on. This is too much. It will not go anywhere. It will only probably be read by other people in academia. So for example, I do give a workshop on how to write a policy brief. We are trying to highlight, like even from theses and so on, write a policy brief in parallel. This you can try to get to policymakers. Do an infographic. We do in both languages, for example, English and Arabic, to try to reach a wide audience. 1-minute videos, just really the policy recommendation messages. So all of these are tools to really reach the government. We don't have any specific example. We have worked on a lot of evidence-based policy recommendations that have not reached anywhere, unfortunately. But they can reach. They reach, but they are not, if you want, adopted. We do. Last week we had a round table with one of our ministers. He's the minister responsible for reforms in the country. So we're studying now the financial gap bill. It's something specific for our economy because we've had a banking, economic, financial crisis. So this is the bill that will go to the parliament. We discussed it in a closed roundtable. We're giving policy recommendations. We're doing this for almost every bill or draft law that is to be passed by parliament. So we're trying to give practical policy recommendations that are based on scientific evidence, on projects, etc., more science evidence based. But I know that in many other countries this has been the case, and definitely I will give you one example. We went into a blanket subsidies policy during the crisis. So policymakers didn't know how to react. The currency was devaluating, people's purchasing power went down, so they just gave subsidies to everyone. The government ran out of money. We tried, several times to explain that this should not happen. It should be targeted to vulnerable households. So that was one big mistake. Later on, when they realized they had to stop it and convert it to something more targeted. Thank you.
Yes, I agree that these think tank style activities are more useful for interpreting the results of different different researches. As for your question, I can tell you one positive and one answer to your question and another example which is working quite well, in my opinion. In Hungary, like 20 years ago, due to political reasons, before the elections, that time government, that was a social liberal government, they decreased the level of the VAT. But that time, our tax office didn't run these big data systems. By the way, now the Hungarian tax authority is one of the most efficient in the world because they already 5 or 6 years ago purchased a supercomputer, and all the invoicing and everything is digitalized, so they real time see each purchases in the country. So that time they didn't have these tools, and they were expecting that if the VAT will be lower, then people will buy more and so on, which is true. But the intermediaries, I mean the entrepreneurs, the tax fraud was so the prices didn't change, but the difference was taken by the entrepreneurs or the traders and the companies, legally or illegally. So it was a huge loss for the state budget. And nowadays it could be much better calculated, any results of any action in the tax system. No, it would be the situation much better. They exactly can calculate how much loss or how much gains if we are lowering the. I think we have the world record high VAT in Hungary of 27%. But as a compensation, our personal tax is quite low. And we have quite a lot of tax incentives, especially if you have a family. And this is my other example, because now Hungary is like all developed countries, especially in Europe, but also I think in other cases, that the fertility rate is very low. So if the societies will get rich, they don't want to have more than one children, or even no children. The same problem we can see in Japan, but the background there is a bit different. The Hungarian government established a Family Research Institute, and they are analyzing data, statistics, international examples, and so on. And we have a huge number of family supporting incentives, but not flat payments. So I don't know the exact word for that, but there is a very not a very high amount, like I don't know, 30 or 40 euro per child, which is provided every month to the families. But this is peanut really, and the government decided to provide family subsidies for those who are working. So my salary is, let's say, this year higher every month. I get like 200 euros more because my tax is released because I have 2 kids. But if I have 3 kids or even more, then the ladies, the wives or the mothers can be tax-free, personal tax-free for whole life. So it's a very general system, and it is not encouraging the unemployment. I mean, people are motivated not just stay home, but go to work because they can even get the gross salary as a net salary. So it is a much better income situation. And this was calculated by a designated research institute, and taking all scenarios into consideration. And frankly, it didn't help a lot. But we don't know how much it helped, because what if we are not introducing these rules and these regulations? We don't know how much the number of births would be lower than without these. So it's a good question, but in this one, the big data systems can help for sure. Thank you.
Any question from the audience? Yeah, we will wrap it up. Any question from the audience? Yeah. And may I announce one thing? It is not in the rule book, but a good question. A questionnaire will have the opportunity to do a selfie with either Professor Aslam or Professor Lala, or Felix, our Sardarji.
so much. It has been a very interactive discussion and a very enthusiastic
Announce
one.
your name also.
I'm Akanksha Chopra. I'm an assistant professor in University Business School. As most of our audience is students, so just being you are from a different culture, so I just wanted to know that as the students, how can they be a part of this policy making while just during their course of study only? How can they can make a part of it? Because I think this would be the best takeaway from this session, because we are talking about it at another level. But as a students, how can they just put in their efforts into this? Could you please just elaborate on that? Thank you.
Yes. So basically, as I said, this is we have a new center. It's an academic-based center, and it facilitates this work because I mean, students on their own, it would not be easy to reach to policymakers. We kind of facilitate this. So we have, for example, a policy writing clinic once a week. There are set hours, and students can just drop in, working on a project, on a thesis. We can help them in writing either a policy memo or a policy brief. We are also giving other types of workshops, like for example, data collection for policy analysis, how to communicate your findings to policymakers, different ways, etc. So if you want capacity building for students, so as I said, workshops, policy writing clinic, but also when we do, for example, closed roundtables with ministers and so on, we do invite, we select students, of course, because closed roundtables are usually 20 to 30 people, so we select students who are already working on those topics. So that way they get introduced to the policy making discussions and dialogues and so on. So I think you need a center that facilitates this. We also help with internships and public institutions. So there are different levels we work on. Also, if the policy writing clinic, if anyone is working on a thesis or a project, and we can also help in drafting the recommendations and also trying to link them at least with someone at the ministry where they can present it. So yeah.
Please.
Morning, I'm Ankita, a student of UBS department, and I want to ask you that see, the action is in our hand, making a policy is in our hand, but the reaction is not in our hand, that will the policy will work or not. So what are the probabilities that it would not work or it would work?
Yeah, whether the policy will work or not.
Even if they give the recommendations, what if the government doesn't adopt it? Which is
Oh yeah, this is 90% the case of this. So I would love to think that my recommendations and my knowledge will be used by the government, but usually not. Because at least I am focusing. I think the same in the economic policy, like the foreign policy, because it is going about a kind of idea and ideology of great statesmen. So if they have something in mind, I can say that it is not sure if it will work, but they will do. And probably will work, but in another way, despite of our not recommendation. But basically, it is the field of unknown, in my opinion. But basically, giving advice is not going about that you would see and it would be your priority to get your advice accepted. Your job is just to get advice, and we should think that they are more clever than us. And I am sure that a prime minister or a minister and advisors are more clever than me. But I am giving my small input to the system, and if it is useful, I am happy. If not, then they have several other information to evaluate, and mine was not so important and other were more useful. So in this case, I think it shouldn't be a kind of ideological question. If you reach the level of being advising to someone, your job is just to give advice. Don't care whether they are using it. If they are using it, it's fine. And back to the first previous question, how the students could be, let's say, useful in this process. They should be active. I mean, not only in the university. Some universities are providing think tank style platforms as well. I know several universities in the West, in the East, and in Central Asia where the universities established these think tank style institutions. The students should make some research in this scene and subscribing on these mailing lists, going to events, attending events of these think tanks and policy making bodies, and several times, I'm not sure about it in India, but in Europe, we are running very good training programs. And some of the training programs are paid, some of them not, but I strongly encourage you to making even free job for these institutions voluntary, because if you are already within the circle, much easier to go forward and to bring your knowledge with you. And after a training program, you can start as a junior analyst or even as a volunteer, or you can volunteering at different events. I admit that it is not easy in India because it's a huge market and demand is very high. But if you don't try, there will be no success in this field. So I encourage the students to be more active out of the university life even. I know this is more effort, but the efforts will pay out later.
Thank you very much.
Greetings to the panel. My name is Brinda. Sir, you talked about the dependence of youth in the case of academia, like we are heavily dependent when we are to submit our dissertations or projects in university. Also, youth are paying premium amounts to applications like ChatGPT and everything just to get validated for their day-to-day events. Like what should I wear, or what should I say to this text, what should I do? So in extreme cases, platforms like these would also justify cheating on your spouse. So don't you think platforms like these are adding to the delusional of emotional beings like us, like humans? And what could be the impact if things like these are not regulated in the society? And how do you think of regulating this?
I can start quickly and then I think it's like any other tool in life. Definitely one can misuse it. Everything can be misused, right? And no one can sit down and tell you what to do. No amount of regulation really can stop you from doing a research on how to cheat on your spouse or whatever examples you mentioned. So this is really up to the person, their education, the family education, the institution, the college, etc. I don't think that heavy regulation will take care of this or will solve this problem. So again, it is a really important tool if you mean well, if you want to use it to advance in life, to learn more, etc. But if you misuse it, then I guess this is,
But still, I think regulations are important.
Definitely, definitely. But you cannot be over-regulated.
Definitely, but it has to be.
Yeah.
You should be allowed to misuse it. There should be penalty for that.
But for doing searches, I don't know.
So that's a very valid. All the three things, like the three questions, lies have an underlying answer to this is that the responsibility lies with the university system. That's how we train our students. So we started from the writing. The content writing is something which our students are missing at because they rely more on now GPTs to do their work, to do the easy work. So that's why the think tanks, the training centers, all this starts, if I talk about especially about Indian scenario, so that means the content writing is very important. The students can start with the content, even putting it on the blog. Someday it is going to be identified and the students will become very much apt in the same. And regarding the ethical, that's why the India is too concerned, not India, the globe is too concerned about the ethics of AI. That we must train our students to think in a right manner. That's what as an academician I can do. That to train our students, but I cannot control. Yes, it is right that we must have some regulations to control the same. At that point of a time, till the time we are not regulations are required. Since ages they are doing the good things, and in the future also, I'm hopeful that the regulations will improve the things while using these, because this is a part of our life now. Yeah, thank you.
This is the last question.
Yeah. Moderator is quite kind this time.
Good morning, professors. My name is Taruna, and I am research scholar at University School of Financial Studies. So, professors, as you have discussed before, like it is the prompt that will decide what the answer you will get, right? And Brinda has said that we can use it in our dissertation making and anything. But I do have a specific question specific to this. Professor, I gave one mathematical equation to ChatGPT and it gave me a wrong answer. Okay? And I asked the ChatGPT, no, you have given me a wrong answer. Kindly correct it. And again it gave me the wrong answer. And on another occasion, one of my friend who's coming from another state actually uploaded a document on ChatGPT for translation to English. And the translation that ChatGPT gave has entirely different meaning what is actually in, in the original document. So my question is this: how do you see these errors, and how much time it will take to actually solve such kind of things, and what system is actually developing into this thing, or the mathematical, as you said that the large language models are actually the trained models. The better we train, the better results we get. So how long it will take them to improve? Thank you.
Not that we have to answer the right thing.
Yes, these are valid problems. I used to say, because also myself, I got wrong answers or not appropriate results, and when I try to complain, then again and again, it is, I used to say that it is behaving like a lazy human sometimes. So the problem is solved. That is why we have to be careful. But also back to the previous question. It is very important to know that the AI, especially I think most of us are using ChatGPT, but there are more sophisticated models, like in the science, like the Perplexity and others are more sophisticated. But how we can get an answer if we are prompting it, yeah? And how we can prompting if we have knowledge. So without knowledge, you cannot ask the proper question. This is very important to know. And for that we need knowledge which we get during the classes at the university and from our professors and tutors and mentors. So this is one thing. And the other thing that is these ethical issues as well. And what is the future? When Google started, everybody was thinking that the libraries will disappear and hard copies of the books will disappear. And now the sales of hard copy books are in record high because people are still demanding the paper-based knowledge. As for your question, I have no idea how it will change and what will be changed. But even in the last 1 year, something in the algorithm changed in the ChatGPT because I can hear that sometimes it is refusing to do some tasks. And starting to work wrong. Why it is extremely dangerous to rely just on the AI, that you don't know who is in behind. I am not a big fan of conspiracy theories, but really you know what I mentioned. How it can happen that Reddit opinions count in the answers of the ChatGPT. How it can happen. So next week, the Facebook opinions and posts will look like a knowledge. So we don't know who is deciding on the resources to be used in the ChatGPT. And also we don't know really what kind of combination options it is having if we are allowing the access of big data in let's say the nuclear power plant, yeah? And finally, who will decide and who can stop these different actions? So technically, I don't know. I know whatever you are talking, but I don't know the answer, frankly, because I don't know who is designing and who is behind of these systems. I clearly see that it is using a part of knowledge what we have in the world, and simple questions can be answered. And also quite simple analysis it can provide for questions. And it is for me even much easier to ask ChatGPT than to browse Google, I don't know from which terminal my flight is departing, and in which part of the check-in counter should I go. Because it would take 3 minutes via Google, and in this way I got it in 30 seconds. But more sophisticated decision makings couldn't be done exclusively based on that.
Just very quickly, so in academia, the mistake that AI does and keeps doing is fabricating the citations, which is very, very weird, because even not only the free ones, but even the subscription-based ones can fabricate citations. And I mean, this is, I don't know if it's a matter of time, if it's a matter of learning, or is it a glitch, or what is it? Or maybe it's because there are a couple that are specific for writing and giving good citations. So maybe it is for you to go towards these, driving you towards these couple of AIs. I have no idea, but this is one of the mistakes that is recurrent. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you, audience. I'll quickly wrap the session. So the summary of this discussion is again coming back. Our universities, our teachers, our lecturers, our researchers can really help government to effectively govern the country. And the universities will should no longer, rather it's already changing, will no longer be centers of learning and centers of doing research, but they have to become incubation centers for research. They have to become, encompasses of ethical and engines of evidence. So with these few words, I will conclude the session today. Thanks all of you. Thank you, Professor Lazlo. Thank you, Professor Lai. Thank you, Professor Modi. And a very nice audience. Selfie is unlimited.
Kindly ask AI.
I'll take it.
He's very good taking photos.
Okay, you will send us, or I
Ask
give
AI
you
to
my
take the
phone.
photograph.
No, but maybe he doesn't want to send it.
They don't listen to us. The problem is the light of the letters is in your face.
Can someone switch off this?
Can we come here?
Yeah, you can come. Or maybe can we switch it off?
Your key, I find it join us.
Yeah, this is better. Smile. Alex, please sit for the picture.
I would like to request Dr. Swati Mehta, Associate Professor, Punjab School of Economics, to kindly come forward to present the tokens of appreciation. I request Professor Leslo Vasa to kindly come forward for felicitation. I request Professor Leela Degar. I also invite Dr. Neena Malhotra, ma'am, to kindly come forward to felicitate our today's guests. I request Professor Leela Degar to kindly come forward for felicitation. I request Dr. Swati Mehta to kindly kindly felicitate our next guest, Professor Mandeep Mahendru, ma'am. Now I request Dr. Neena Malhotra ma'am to kindly felicitate our today's esteemed moderator, Mr. Sandeep Kumar Ghosh, sir. On the behalf of the Guru Nanak Dev University and the entire organizing committee, I would once again extend our sincere gratitude to our esteemed panelists and the moderator for setting such a strong and impactful tone for today's conference. Thank you to all the participants and the guests for being here, and we look forward to your active participation in the upcoming technical sessions of the conference. Thank you all.
Good afternoon, respected dignitaries, esteemed faculty members, scholars, and participants. On the behalf of the organizing committee, I, Dr. Sarabjit Kaur, feel privileged to welcome you all to the technical session dedicated to the theme AI, Environment, and Climate Action. This track thoughtfully brings together scholarly contribution that examine the transformative role of artificial intelligence in addressing environmental concerns, advancing climate resilience, and promoting sustainable development. It is now my privilege to introduce the chair of this session, that is Professor Neena. She is a former head of the Punjab School Economics, Guru Nanak Dev University, and she has about 30 years experience in teaching, and she has 100 publications and about 12 books. And her specialization area is development economics. Welcome, ma'am. We are also privileged to have Dr. Khushvinder Kaur as a co-chair technique for this technical session. And Dr. Khushvinder Kaur is serving as an associate professor in economics at the Center of the Distance and Online Education, Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra, Haryana. She has teaching and research experience of more than 18 years, including 4 years at the National Institute of Technology, Kurukshetra, Haryana. Her field of specialization is theory of firm under industrialized economics and banking. As a dedicated and diligent educator, she manages a diverse teaching portfolio that includes MSc Honours, BSc Honour, and Journal BA programs in economics. She excels in delivering high-quality instructions and academic counseling through both traditional in-person sessions and online platforms for distance learner. Beyond her teaching commitments, she is deeply involved in the university community, taking on various administrative leadership roles at both the departmental and the institution level. So, welcome, ma'am. We are honored to have you as the session chair. And with this, I formally hand over the proceeding of the technical session to our esteemed chairperson to conduct the presentations and the discussion. Ma'am, the session is now yours.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sarabjit. Without wasting any time, I will start with the first presentation. And as per the information given to me, first presentation is environmental impact of crop residue burning and the need for legal intervention, a pilot study by RISU. We have been told by the organization that we have 2 to 3 minutes only. So you have to present your findings within 2 to 3 minutes. So I'm sorry for very great paucity of time, so please cooperate.
Good afternoon, respected chairs, distinguished scholars and fellow participants. I am Result Research Scholar at University of Delhi. It is a privilege to present my paper titled Environmental Impact of Crop Residue Burning and the Need for Legal Intervention, a Pilot Study. This paper is presented under Track 4, AI, Environment and Climate Action, and seeks to examine how environmental law, governance structures and artificial intelligence can intersect to address environmental crisis. So briefly, to give the context and the problem statement, crop residue burning, commonly referred to as stubble burning, has become one of the most persistent environmental governance challenges in northern India, particularly in the states of Punjab and Haryana. Every year during the months of October and November, large-scale burning of paddy residue leads to severe air pollution with dense smoke engulfing the Delhi NCR region, increase in respiratory problems and reduced visibility. Despite legal bans, judicial interventions and institutional mechanisms, the practice continues. This raises a critical question: is stubble burning merely a problem of non-compliance, or is it a deeper governance and policy design failure? So in my research, there were 4 core objectives: to examine environmental impacts of crop residue burning, to evaluate the effectiveness of existing legal frameworks, to analyze farmers' perceptions of legal intervention, and to explore technological and policy innovations for sustainable management of crop residue. The research methodology adopted by me was a mixed methods approach, whereby Primary qualitative data was collected through semi-structured interviews with 5 farmers from Hisar and Karnal, districts of Haryana, and quantitative data was gathered through structured questionnaires administered to 20 students, 10 from Faculty of Law, University of Delhi, and 10 from Chaudhry Charan Singh, Haryana Agricultural University. Now moving on to the key findings. Among students, the awareness of environmental harm was very high with respect to crop residue burning. They knew that because of the crop residue burning, the environmental impact is very severe. There was strong support for legal intervention. However, there was a clear preference for incentive-based mechanisms rather than purely punitive approaches. Basically, views were divided on applying the polluter-pays principles on the vulnerable farmers. Field evidence from Haryana indicates that legal prohibitions, when detached from farmers' economic realities, have limited influence on actual residue management practices. While awareness of the environmental harms caused by stubble burning is relatively high among both farmers and the educated public, compliance remains low due to structural constraints including narrow crop cycles, high cost of alternative technologies, and limited access to subsidized machinery and inadequate institutional support. The empirical data further indicate that purely punitive approaches like the polluter-pays principle, such as fines and criminal liability, are often perceived by farmers as unjust and ineffective because in India, mostly the farmers are from smaller and marginal category. They don't have very huge farms, so they don't have the disposable income that they can pollute the environment and pay fine for that also. Basically, the polluter-pays principle was for the big industries, which found this polluter-pays principle like a loophole that they can pollute the environment and then pay later on. However, applying the polluter-pays principle to the farmers is kind of unjust, which has been also reiterated through my research. The structural constraints which were faced by the farmers are high cost of machinery, the happy seeder machines, the tractors we can say, which are specifically for managing the crop residue. They are very expensive for a small marginal farmer Okay, ma'am. And to bring this brings us to the theme of this conference, that artificial intelligence, it offers transformative potential in environmental governance. AI-enabled satellite monitoring and remote sensing tools can detect fire hotspots in real time. AI allows data-driven policymaking, better regional coordination, and transparent regulatory monitoring. To conclude, crop residue burning is not merely a compliance problem, it is a systemic governance challenge. As we move toward AI-augmented sustainability pathways, we must ensure that technology strengthens justice, it does not replace it. Sustainable development must be farmer-inclusive, technology-enabled, and equity-driven. The research highlights that technological solutions alone are insufficient unless supported by coherent legal frameworks, accessible financing mechanisms, and farmer-centric policy implementation. Thank you.
Next paper to be presented is Forest Extend and Economic Dependence. Who will present the? Because there are multiple writers. So, your good name? Ishika. Ishika Shokin will present the paper. And as I have already told you, 2 to 3 minutes. So we have very limited time. Please focus on the findings.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I am Ishika Shokin, a research scholar from Guru Gobind Singh Indraprastha University, and today I am presenting my study titled Forest Extent and Economic Dependence in Energy Transition and AI-Driven Analysis. So basically, this study is all about that how changes in energy system and innovation affects the forest outcome both environmentally and economically using econometric and machine learning approaches. Next, objectives. Okay, so there are 3 objectives of my study. First objective is to examine that how renewable energy, emissions and innovation jointly affect forest area. Objective second is that how these impact forest rent capturing economic sustainability, and third objective is to identify possible non-linear and interaction effects using machine learning methods. Next. So these are the literature review. Basically, okay ma'am. Next. So we have taken G7 countries data, panel data, and so these are the findings. First is a descriptive pattern showing that how there is an average, mean, standard deviation, minimum and maximum values. So first is pooled OLS result, which shows that when forest rent increases, basically the relationship between forest rent and forest area is positive by 0.007, and between renewable energy consumption and forest area there is a negative relationship. Also, when we talk about renewable energy consumption and forest rent, there is a positive relationship. So these are the key observations which I told. And now comes the fixed effects result. It shows that renewable electricity output has a negative effect on forest area, and renewable energy consumption has a positive effect on forest area. Whereas when we talk about research and development expenditure, it shows insignificant result. The reason is that innovation alone does not guarantee environmental improvement. With innovation, we need policies and environmental regulations, institutional supports. So, can I tell you policy implications? Overall, I have taken renewable energy. Like, for example, solar and large-scale solar. Yeah. Basically, hydropower and solar panels regarding this. And basically, I have defined it as an economic indicator. Like for example, कि हमें कितना रेंट मिल रहा है, जो भी अगर हम फॉरेस्ट का मतलब जो भी हमने फॉरेस्ट का आउटकम है उससे कितना रेंट मिल रहा है इन दैट टर्म्स. Sources of WPI. Yeah. G7 countries from 2012 to 2022 have taken. Okay. So basically there are two types of policy implications, practitioners and managerial. So policy implication first is that energy transition policies should not rely only on simple methods. AI tool can help policymakers design better and more accurate environmental policies. Second is that public investment and in research and development should focus more on green innovation and digital governance tool. Innovation may not show immediate direct effects, it takes time, but it strengthens long-term forest sustainability. Second is the managerial implications. So it shows that companies investing in green technologies and AI-based environmental monitoring can gain a strategic advantage. Also, second is that managers should incorporate machine learning tools into sustainability planning and risk forecasting. Thank you.
Good afternoon, scholars and professors. I am Neha, research scholar from Guru Nanak Dev University, and I am here to present a seminar on the topic reconnoitering the impact of stakeholder pressure on environmental performance in an emerging setting and AI approach. The integration of AI-augmented pathways to sustainable development can enhance firms' responsiveness to stakeholder pressure by enabling real-time environmental monitoring, predictive analysis, and data-driven compliance systems. Thus, AI capabilities can act as a catalytic mechanism that strengthen the positive impact of stakeholder pressure on environmental performance. In today's global environment, environmental pollution has become one of the biggest threats to the humanity. The main contributors to the environmental pollution are rapid urbanization, industrialization, development, and agricultural growth. Achieving environmental sustainability is crucial for corporate responsibility, with stakeholder pressure being a significant factor. Next, third. Hanji? These are the research findings of my present study, where there are four stakeholder pressures: economic pressure, government pressure, internal pressure, and social pressure. And performance is major dimensions of environment performance are environmental improvement, pollutant reduction. And the findings show that the relationship between economic pressure and environmental improvement is accepted, and the relationship between government pressure and environmental improvement is accepted, and relationship between internal pressure and environmental improvement is accepted, and a relation between internal pressure and pollutant reduction is accepted. Next. The findings shows that the organizations having strong internal commitment, that is internal pressure, reported the highest achievement in pollution and environmental performance improvements. As indicated by the results, internal stakeholders' pressure was the most critical element in the environmental performance improvement of the polluting industries in India. Next, economic pressure from suppliers, customers, and competitors, as well as government pressure from legislation, inspections, and fines, was found to positively influence environmental improvement, but they did not influence pollutant reduction. However, social pressure from the community, NGOs, and the media was found to have no significant influence on environmental performance. Overall, the findings show that internal stakeholder pressure is the primary factor influencing environmental performance. Additionally, economic and regulatory pressures have a modest impact, and social stakeholders do not affect the environmental performance of these industries. Implications of this study. The results of this study support the stakeholder theory, in that different stakeholder groups impact an organization in different ways, and they have different level of powers over the organization's outcomes. Organizations should be motivated not only to comply with legal requirements but also to pursue environmental advancements. Regulatory pressures such as inspections and fines should be balanced with incentives like access to green financing and tax breaks. The empirical findings of the present work show that social pressure is not as strong as regulatory and internal pressure. However, environmental awareness of community can pressurize organization to implement sustainable practices. Then limitations and
Honorable teachers, distinguished scholars, and dear participants, good afternoon to everyone present here. My name is Gurleen Kaur, along with my co-author, who also shares the same name. from Punjab School of Economics, Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar. And I am honored to present our paper title named Artificial Intelligence and Climate Change, Transformative Potential, Challenges and Policy Implications. Explores how advanced digital technologies can support global climate action. Climate change is one of the major global challenges today. AI has... Okay. Answer. This slide highlights the main drivers of the climate change. According to the scientific studies, human-induced greenhouse gas emissions, mainly CO2 from industries, transportation, and energy production, are the main causes of global warming. The right side of the slide shows the relevance in AI. In addressing climate change, AI can analyze large amounts of climate data, identify complex patterns, and provide predictions about the future environmental conditions. Coming to the next slide. This slide shows the AI's transformative role and sustainability of AI systems. The left side of the slide shows the AI transformative role, which processes complex systems, optimizes resource use, and develops predictive models. The right side of the slide shows the sustainability of AI system, which focuses on green AI, uses renewable energy for data centers, and it develops energy efficient algorithms. Coming to the next slide. At the center of the slide is the conceptual framework, which shows how all these elements are connected. AI collects and analyzes data, supports climate mitigation and adaptation, and must operate within proper governance system. To effectively address climate change, the conceptual framework divides into 4 parts, which is AI in climate mitigation, AI in climate adaptation, AI as a data and knowledge enabler, socio-economic and governance dimensions. Please go to the next slide. Then we have the responsible use and challenges of AI. AI must align with climate goals, manage environmental impacts of AI energy use, address disparities in AI access and digital divide, recognize AI as a strategic enabler, not a magic bullet. Then we have AI applications in addressing climate change. We have AI in energy, transportation, urban planning and environment observations. In conclusion, AI offers significant opportunities to strengthen climate action by improving prediction, resource efficiency and environmental monitoring. Thank you for your patience and attention.
Our presenter will be Dr. Jobanjeet Kaur and Suhani Mahajan. Paper is on AI-Augmented Pathways to Sustainable Development. Presenters are here. Okay. Dr. Jobanjeet Kaur and Suhani Mahajan. One of them will present the paper. Let me repeat, Jobanjeet is present or not?
Ma'am, she is.
She is present.
Ma'am, I'm present. Actually, the PPT is not working. Ma'am, she has just sent me the PPT, but the network is not...
PPT is not being uploaded. There is technical issue?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you wait for a while. I will call the next paper presenter, and next paper presenter is, as per my record, Satvir Kaur, Akshita, AI from soil to software. Your good name? Akshita. Akshita, you understand we have very limited time. Please focus on your findings.
Okay. A very good afternoon to our esteemed guests, respected panel members, and everyone. My name is Akshita, an MBA student from UBS, GNDU, and today I'm honored to present my research titled From Soil to Software, Role of Artificial Intelligence for Agriculture Innovation, conducted under the guidance of my professors Dr. Satvir Kaur, Manveen Kaur, and Gunjit Kaur. So, as we all know that recently at the India AI Impact Summit of 2026, held at Bharat Mandapam, New Delhi, agriculture was highlighted as a priority sector for artificial intelligence. So basically, this presentation is all about the usage of artificial intelligence in agriculture. The major objectives. Next please. The major objectives of this study is to provide a comprehensive review of existing literature on AI-powered agricultural innovation across value chains. It also further highlights the challenges in adopting the AI. Although we would be studying that there are lots of solutions that how we can implement AI, but at the same time everything has its pros and cons. So of course the challenges would also be there. Apart from this, my whole study is a systematic analysis of existing literature which was conducted to understand the role of AI. And the sources of data includes the articles, the academic journals, and related research reviews. Apart from that, various sites have also been cited, like impactindiaai.gov.organization and UNO FAO data. So when we talk about the findings, so we have able to go about the findings about the major 5 points. That was machine learning that enables the data-driven crop and yield predictions, as well as pest detection, and computer vision, which facilitates the plant health monitoring, disease detection. The third is robotics and automation, which support the tasks like planting, weeding, irrigation, natural language processing, NLPs, and IoT and sensor integration. Next slide. So this talks about the AI for AI, that is how it's implemented in agricultural innovation, which talks about the crop and livestock discovery, environmental challenges, productivity gaps, pest attacks, economic fragility, market distribution, and post-harvest losses. If we talk about the initiative started by the government, please next slides. Keep on doing. That this talks about the initiatives which has been started by the government. The very first is about Bharat Vistar, and recently our union budget has also been proposed, which talks about this Bharat Vistar only, which stands for Virtually Integrated System to Assess Agricultural Research. A multilingual AI tool integrating AgriStack portals and the ICR agricultural package. Apart from this, WEF C4IR India initiative has also been implemented, which includes 60 plus partners from industry, startups, academia, and civil society. Apart from this, we also have Open Network for Agricultural being initiated in Uttar Pradesh, and AI-enabled precision farming, AI-enabled advisory services, which includes Kisan E-Mitra, that is initiated in 2023, National Pest Surveillance System, NESS 2024, and further we have some agricultural missions, which includes Krishi Decision Support System, AgriStack. So yes, these were all about the initiatives. But at the same time, I recently quoted that the things which have their solutions also have the same time their cons as well. So when we talk about the challenges, next slide. Okay. So challenges include the physical infrastructure and connectivity. We know not everything is possible in the rural areas. So sometimes connections are also poor. So this is one of the most hindering point over there. Apart from this, there are some localization gaps which causes the biasness in LMICs. Let me quote LMICs for low and medium income groups. And apart from this, there are some operational barriers, human capital and trust gap, governance policy and ethics. So lastly but not the least, there are some future prospects we can discover over here is about autonomous farming and blockchain for traceability. Thank you so much.
Divya Mahajan and AI and Sustainable Cities. Divya? So direction is same.
Yeah.
2 to 3 minutes, not more.
Exactly.
Please focus on your findings. And till now, I'm just listening to theoretical papers, more or less. But real-time assessment, how AI tools are doing their job or not doing their job. So much can be done with these technology, but you are focusing only on information which is available, which is made available to you by AI. So think beyond that. That is research. Okay.
Good morning, respected dignitaries, esteemed faculty members, and distinguished participants. Myself, Diya Mahajan. Actually, I am the professor, assistant professor from Khalsa College, Amritsar. It is privileged to be here today to present my study on artificial intelligence and sustainable city. Moving to the next slide, introduction. Yeah. As rapid urbanization, population growth have transformed these cities into a center of economic innovations and activities. And however, this growth has also intensified challenges such as environmental degradation, traffic congestion, and energy efficiency, waste management issues, and increasing social inequalities. As the day by day city is going to expand, traditional urban management systems are often unable to effectively address the growing complexities of these challenges. So the presentation explores the role of AI in promoting the sustainable cities and examines the associated challenges. That highlights the importance of ethical governance and responsible implementation to ensure that technological progress lead to a long-term sustainability and social well-being. Yeah. The literature review, basically I have reviewed on around 15 to 20 papers. Some of the glimpse. Yeah, okay. The main objective of my, the main two core objective of my studies basically deal with the first is to explore the role of AI in promoting the sustainable and efficient urban development, and second is to deal to assess the challenges associated with AI implementation and propose the strategies for responsible adoption in different urban cities. Come to methodology. As already explained by the ma'am, that mostly paper is basically is conceptual in nature. So actually, my paper is also deal with the like it is just a theoretical and just a review paper. So I'll take sources from various websites, various journals, various government websites, and apart from that, I have reviews many peer review journal articles, research papers, government proposal, and apart from that, the paper is totally basically on secondary research. Moving forward to next slide. Yeah. In order to explain the objective one, I have literally found that the rapid urbanization and population growth has significantly increased pressures on urban infrastructure, natural resources and ecosystem, that creating an urgent need for sustainable development. As the reports of United Nations 2018, it report that 55% of the global populations lives in urban area, which is going to projectly rise at 70% by 2030. And artificial intelligence, it's provide advanced tools like machine learning, predictive analysis, such as that enables the real-time learnings, data processing, and informs planned decisions. Objective 2. Yeah. The second objective of my research is to assess the different challenges and strategies that is responsible for AI implementation in different cities. As a pros is always be available, and on the other hand, cons is also available for the respective AI. I can just find out that there are certain challenges in the implementation of the AI is that first is to data privacy and the security concerns. Second is to algorithm biases and social inequality. Thirdly is the digital divide, as unequal access is provided to the digital infrastructure at different urban areas. And the fourth one is the high implementation and infra cost. Apart from that, we have a technical and compliances cost as well. Like ma'am, actually the paper I am going to have review is just on and out of India. Yeah. Yeah, but exactly. Global. But ma'am, yeah, actually ma'am, I'm telling you in agriculture in Karnataka, in sustainable cities, yeah. I haven't have a go through all like this the concept. I need to be like have a review of that. Yeah. Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Satvik Chopra, Research Scholar, UBS Department. Today I'll be presenting on topic use of AI tools for sustainable supply chain management in agriculture-related business enterprises. Can you skip to the findings? Key findings are AI tools improve forecasting, traceability and logistics, reducing waste and emissions. It also focuses on smart routing and it cuts fuel and pesticide uses. The barriers identified were skill shortages, data limitations and high setup costs. And the solutions proposed were digital infrastructure development, training programs, ethical AI governance and supportive policies. Next slide. So there are basically 4 conclusions. The theoretical conclusion says it connects AI adoption with triple bottom line sustainability through a systems lens. Second, methodological conclusion is it identifies measurable constructs for future research. Managerial conclusion is it demonstrates how AI enhances efficiency, reduces costs and supports sustainability. And the policy level conclusion is it advocates for ethical AI, institutional support and sustainable digital transformation.
Good afternoon, revered guest. I am Ekam Noor Man, a student of MCOM 5-year integrated program, semester 4, University School of Financial Studies, Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar. Today I will be presenting my paper titled Mismatch Between AI Recommendations and Accounting Standards and its Implications for Sustainable Corporate Governance. Artificial intelligence is becoming a major part of how organizations function today. From predicting financial risks to detecting fraud and automating reporting processes, AI is increasingly influencing financial systems. However, accounting standards were developed long before AI came to business operations. They are built around professional judgment and interpretation. This paper examines what happens when AI-driven systems interact with accounting standards and whether there is a structural mismatch between the two. Next slide, please. Today, many organizations rely on AI to improve efficiency and decision making. It helps process large volumes of data, identify patterns, and support financial analysis. In accounting and finance, this has significantly increased speed and automation. However, financial reporting is not purely mechanical. Accounting standards such as International Financial Reporting Standards and Indian Accounting Standards are principle-based. This means they do not provide fixed rules for every situation. This leads to an important question. As firms increasingly adopt AI, does reliance on professional judgment reduce? Or does accounting continue to depend heavily on human interpretation? To understand the core issue in this study, we need to first recognize AI systems and accounting standards are built on fundamentally different foundations. Artificial intelligence operates through data. It relies on algorithms, statistical models, and structured decision frameworks. It identifies patterns, predicts outcomes, and optimizes operations based on available information. On the other hand, accounting standards were not designed as algorithmic systems. They are principle-based and intentionally flexible. The key difference lies not in efficiency, but in philosophy. AI seeks precision through calculation, while accounting seeks fairness and reliability through judgment. Research methodology, please. I used a Python-based text analysis approach to study this issue and analyze 30 Indian and global companies across different sectors, including banking, infrastructure, FMCG, IT and technology. And this cross-sectional approach allowed me to compare between firms with different business models. The key findings that I found out through this study were that the higher AI disclosure does not significantly reduce reliance on professional judgment in financial reporting. Even in firms where AI is extensively mentioned, accounting areas requiring judgment remain present. Technology firms generally show a higher AI score, but this does not mean judgment intensity reduces. Additionally, several firms display both high AI and high judgment scores simultaneously.
So overall, while AI appears to be increasing across sectors, reliance on professional judgment remains structurally embedded within accounting frameworks. To conclude, I would like to say, while AI significantly enhances efficiency and analytical depth, accounting standards continue to remain fundamentally judgment-oriented and interpretative in nature. Across sectors, professional judgment continues to play a central role despite increasing AI integration. This suggests that a structural mismatch exists between algorithm-based system and principle-based accounting frameworks. The future of sustainable finance does not depend on replacing human judgment with algorithms, but on integrating AI in a way that preserves responsibility, transparency, and trust. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, respected chairs, distinguished scholars, and fellow researchers. Myself, Pallavi, I am a research scholar at University School of Financial Study, Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar. I am privileged to present my conceptual paper on the topic AI Adoption Readiness in Indian MNC, a social technical conceptual framework with illustrated case studies. Can you please move to the next slide? As we know that the Indian MNC is contributing in GDPs, in employment and in exports also. In my study, I have taken 3 case studies and I have divided my case studies into 3 parts, that is brownfield firms, greenfield firms and clusters formed. In brownfield firms, I have taken the manufacturing sector. In greenfield firms, I have taken the agriculture sector, and in cluster firms, I have taken the textile companies. In brownfield firm, we found that they are using the AI for their infrastructure designing, and in greenfield firm, that is agriculture, they are using the AI techniques for pest control, for weed control and detection of diseases. And in cluster firm, that is in Surat, they are using AI for the detection of for the detection of defects in their clothing. Then there are 2 more technologies that the firms can use, that is Resro and Zoho. That Resro can be used to detect the frauds while we are doing any transaction, financial transaction. And Yuho can also be used to create a customer and organization platforms. This is all about my study that I have conducted by 3 case studies. If I conclude my study that AI will not only transform the SMEs simply because it exists, it will transform them only when capabilities, ecosystem and inclusive align. For emerging economy like India, the future is AI is not about fortunate, it is about structural changes in the MNCs. Thank you.
AI capabilities, dynamic capabilities and firm level green innovation. Amanjot Seni.
Excuse me, ma'am. She is second last. The one who. Yes, ma'am. Suhani Mahajan is there, ma'am. She is second last. Yes, ma'am. In the end.
Last thing. Yeah, we have very limited time. Just give us your main findings. So firm level green innovation and conceptual framework. सारे conceptual framework तो हमने तो गए ही नहीं है ना? चलो continue.
Respected chair, co-chair and dear participant, very good afternoon to all of you. I am Amanjot Seni. Today I am presenting conceptual paper titled AI Capabilities, Dynamic Capabilities and Firm Level Green Innovation, a Conceptual Framework and Research Agenda.
This study addresses a simple but important puzzle. While firms are investing heavily in artificial intelligence, the sustainability outcomes of these investments remains highly inconsistent. Some firms achieve measurable green innovation improvements while others see little environmental impact. The core argument of our paper is that AI does not directly produce green innovation. Instead, AI becomes strategically sorry. Uh, Instead, AI becomes strategically valuable when it functions as a higher order dynamic capabilities. So we build on dynamic capability theories, particularly the sensing, seizing, transforming framework. First, we conceptualize AI capabilities as a multidimensional resource bundle consisting of tangible resources, human resources, and intangible resources. However, these resources alone are not sufficient. AI contributes to green innovation only when it enhances three dynamic capabilities. These include, first one is AI-enabled sensing, which improves firms' ability to detect sustainability risks and opportunities through predictive analytics and environmental data processing. Second is AI-enabled seizing, that strengthens evidence-based sustainability investments by improving life cycle assessments, carbon forecasting, and R&D prioritization. And last is AI-enabled transforming, supports deep organizational reconfigurations by embedding sustainability metrics into operational systems and governance routines. On these arguments, please move to conceptual framework. Conceptual framework. Okay. Our conceptual model proposes that AI capabilities act as an antecedent resource bundle. They influence green innovation indirectly through seizing, sensing, and transforming. This relationship is mediated, not direct. Further, the strength of this relationship can depend on four contextual moderator: regulatory stringency, digital maturity, organizational culture, industry environmental intensity. So this framework avoids technological determination and explains why AI sometimes produces weak or negative environmental impacts. Coming to the contribution, our contribution is threefold. Theoretically, we bridge AI research, dynamic capabilities theory, and green innovation literature. Conceptually, we move beyond technological determination. Practically, we show that installing AI systems is not enough. Capabilities orchestration is the key. To conclude, AI contributes to green innovation only when embedded with dynamic capability processes. Technology alone does not create sustainability. Strategic orchestrations, cultural alignment, and contractual support determine success. So understanding AI as a capability rather than just a tool provides a more realistic and theoretical grounded explanation of sustainability outcomes. Thank you very much.
Jobanjit.
Good evening everyone, I am Suhani Mahajan and I am going to present on the topic Artificial Intelligence, Early Warning Systems and Social Equity in Disaster Risk Reduction, a theoretical inquiry. I am a student of GNDU, semester BCom B.Ed semester 4. Introduction. Natural hazards disproportionately impact vulnerable groups due to socially constructed inequalities in exposure, sensitivity, and adaptive capacity. Although early warnings are central to disaster reduction, conventional systems often fail to serve marginalized populations because of technical, institutional, linguistic, and socio-cultural barriers. Recent advances in AI have enabled more accurate and localized early warning systems, which are widely promoted as transformative tools for risk reduction. However, it remains unclear whether these AI-based systems reduce disaster-related inequalities or risk reinforcing existing vulnerabilities. Current research largely prioritizes technical performance over equity and accessibility. Addressing this gap, the paper develops a theoretical framework to examine how AI-based early warning systems influence disaster-related inequalities, shifting the focus from technical capability to equitable social impact. Next slide. Theoretical background. Coming to the theoretical background, we talk. The findings of the study are, the paper contributes to disaster studies by integrating AI into vulnerability and inequality frameworks. It challenges techno-optimistic narratives and emphasizes that AI's social impact depends on socio-technological and institutional conditions rather than technological performance alone. Policy holders should embed equity objectives into early warning system design, mandate inclusive data practices, invest in digital and non-digital last-minute communication, and support community participation in system development. Then this data has been taken from World Bank 2021. Practitioners and system designers should prioritize explainability, multilingual alerts, accessibility for persons with disabilities, and trust-building measures to ensure equitable outcomes. Next slide. Conclusion. Coming to the conclusion, we talk about AI-based early warning systems hold significantly potential to reduce disaster-related inequalities, but this potential is not automatic. Without deliberate attention to assess usability and governance, AI may reproduce or deepen existing vulnerabilities. AI should therefore be understood as social technological intervention whose equity outcomes depend on how it is designed, deployed, and governed. Future research should empirically test the purpose framework through comparative case studies across hazard types and socio-economical containers.
Okay, thank you. So I've been told that there is one more paper by Anchal Malhotra, Happier Workplaces. Here? अच्छा प्रभजोता मैं कैंडिडेट से अपने देखिए okay Prabjot, please cooperate, just tell us the main findings.
Okay.
Though your title is very good, happier workplaces, because AI seems to be very dry thing.
Yes, it is. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Prabjot Kaur. I'm an assistant professor at Sarup Rani Government College, Amritsar. I will be presenting on the title, Designing Happier Workplaces, Exploring the Impact of Mindfulness on Workplace Outcomes, a paper co-authored by Rekha, by Anchal Malhotra, Dr. Ashish, Sani, and me. As we know that AI has made the workplaces more stress-prone, thereby it requires that we include the employee mindfulness mechanism in the everyday workflow. Thereby, the study presents a happiness by design model whereby 5 daily rituals, which are basically morning intentions, micro mindfulness breaks, mindful communication, gratitude reflection, and recovery, mindful recovery energy mechanisms in the daily routines, daily working of the workplaces, whereby it will positively impact the morale of the employees, further making the mindfulness atmosphere in the organization, and it will lead to stress regulation and attention regulation as well, which will in turn lead to employee resilience and engagement. Move on to the conclusion. Basically, this study presents a proper toolkit whereby the mechanism as well as how the feedback or how the actual implementation can be measured is provided to the organizations. And last slide. Yeah. Second last. Based on the synthesis of the evidence and the proposed happiness blueprint, organizations are encouraged to adopt a structured, low disruption approach to embedding mindfulness rituals into the existing workflow. Leaders and HR professionals should prioritize mindfulness rituals into existing brief, consistent practices such as morning intentions, micro mindfulness breaks, mindful communication, gratitude,
reflections and mindful energy recovery, which will in turn lead to mindful employees, happy employees, which will in turn lead to the better work environment and better outcomes for the whole organization. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you all the participants. Very interesting range of topics you have covered. Basic, I would start from the last paper. The basic aim of being human is humanity is to be happy. And this is the biggest challenge in front of us, facing us, that how to make use of technology to be happy. And you have we have just listened to all the topics starting from residue burning, industry, agriculture, forests, and I don't think anything has been left. Variety of topics are there, but the real thing is that we should touch the real problems. Even stubble burning problems paper, we have covered very small set of data. We should try to. One thing is appreciated that students have come up with their contribution towards this session. That is appreciated. And over to you. Thank you.
If there is any question to any of the paper presenter, we can take one or two questions because of very shortage of time. But is there any question, please? So I might, from my side, I will add that you have touched various aspects of AI, right? But the AI is going to solve the real-time problems. How they are solving real-time problems, how they are replacing jobs, and how they are replacing human beings. So this is the major area of concern. It will create new set of jobs, new set of talents will be required, new set of skills will be required, and so all of you, the younger generation, then it needs to be well prepared for changing scenario. So AI is here to stay. What is to be changed is your own skill set. This is what I want to say. So you may please come.
As we conclude track 4, it's evident that artificial intelligence is not merely a technological tool, but a transformative force in addressing environmental and the climate challenges. On the behalf of the Guru Nanak Dev University and the organizing committee, I extend our sincere gratitude to Dr. Neena and Dr. Khushvinder Kaur for chairing the session with clarity, scholarly insight and thoughtful moderation, and to all the presenters for the significant research contribution, and the audience for their engaging participation and the constructive discussion. So now, it is now my privilege to request Dr. Randeep, Dr. Diksha Saini and Dr. Hina to kindly come forward for the present a token of appreciation to our session chair as a mark of our gratitude. I request Dr. Neena to come forward for felicitation. Now, I request Dr. Khushvinder Kaur to come forward for felicitation. Once again, thank you to everyone for making this session a meaningful academic engagement. Let us give them a warm round of applause.
ਵੀਡੀਓ ਵੀ ਕਰ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਨੇ ਬਸ ਚਲਾ ਨਾ ਖੜਾ ਹੋ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰ ਦੇਣ ਵੈਸੇ ਆ ਤਾਂ ਗਿਆ ਬੰਦਾ ਆ ਗਿਆ हो गया वहाँ babysitter बड़ा रेगुलेटर है ना बड़ा ध्यान रखने पड़ेगा जैसे कह रहे मेरे को काम नहीं आता मेरे को काम नहीं आता है ठीक है चलो तो क्या भेज दिया मिले मैंने कहा वो कर लो दूसरे का दोस्त हुआ बड़े ख्याल रखिए अपने बंदे का क्या नहीं जाके मेरे को काम नहीं था हर दिन नहीं बस यही का है ਉੱਥੋਂ ਦੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਬੱਚੇ 18 ਤੱਕ 18 ਸਾਲ ਤੱਕ ਪੜ੍ਹਾਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੰਮਾਂ ਕਾਰਾਂ ਚਲੇ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਬੱਚੇ ਸਾਰਾ ਦਿਨ ਲਾਈਏ ਉਹ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਧਿਆਨ ਰੱਖਣਾ
Good afternoon, everyone. Distinguished delegates, eminent academicians, honored guests, and dear scholars and students, a very warm and gracious welcome to you all. As we assemble here for the valedictory session of this two-day international conference on AI-Augmented Pathways to Sustainable Development, Reimagining Economy, Society, and Governance for an Inclusive Future, we gather to mark the successful culmination of 2 days of meaningful academic engagement. We are obliged to have with us esteemed dignitaries as Mr. Suresh James Sheleha, Professor Laszlo Vasha, Professor Leila Degar. We also have Professor Gagandeep Sharma and Mr. Balwinder Singh, Dr. Balwinder Singh, Coordinator, Golden Jubilee Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation. I invite all the dignitaries on the stage. To formally express our deep respect and gratitude, may I request Dr. Balwinder Singh to kindly present floral bouquet to our esteemed chief guests and dignitaries on the dais. I request the dignitaries on the stage to please come forward. I request Dr. Baljeet Kaur, Professor Vikram Sandhu and Dr. Aparna Bhatia to present a floral bouquet to Mr. Dr. Balwinder Singh. We are truly honored by your gracious presence. On the behalf of Guru Nanak Dev University, I extend a heartfelt welcome to our distinguished guests, scholars and participants whose active engagement has enriched this conference. We shall now proceed with the presentation of the conference report, summarizing the key highlights of the technical sessions and workshops. I request the following reporters to kindly welcome or come forward and present their report. I request Ms. Herman to present the report on conference workshop.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected chairpersons, distinguished guests, and dear participants, I feel truly honored to present summary of the conference workshop themed How to Get Published in the Time of AI. The workshop brought together distinguished experts from the academic publishing world. We were honored to have our esteemed speakers, Professor Gagan Sharma, Business and Management Editor, Social Sciences and Humanities Open, Elsevier, and Professor of Management Studies at Guru Gobind Singh Indraprastha University. Dr. Lucy Benison Chapman, Scientific Editor, Social Sciences and Humanities Open, Elsevier, and Dr. Thijs van Vlemen, Executive Publisher, Social Sciences, Elsevier. The workshop provided comprehensive guidance on academic publishing in the contemporary AI-driven era. Professor Gagan Sharma initiated the session by setting the context for understanding the evolving landscape of scholarly communication. Later, Dr. Lucy Benison Chapman elaborated on the critical importance of selecting the right journal, distinguishing between gold open access and subscription-based journals. Later, Dr. Thijs van Vlemen addressed the role of generative AI in publishing. While acknowledging its potential benefits in improving language and efficiency, Dr. Vlemen also discussed key concerns such as inaccurate information, bias, ethical implications, and accountability. The workshop concluded by providing valuable and practical insights into journal selection, manuscript preparation, ethical publishing practices, and responsible use of AI. It was highly informative and beneficial, particularly for early career researchers aiming to publish successfully in reputable journals in the time of AI. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Ms. Akanksha Chopra to present the report on pre-conference workshop.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's my privilege to present the summary on the pre-conference workshop of winning fundings and grants by Professor Tapan Sarkar from University of Southern Queensland, Australia, who served as a highly enriching and strategically focused session designed to equip researchers with practical insights into navigating the competitive landscape of research funding. It also equipped the participants with conceptual clarity, adherence to the guidelines, collaborative networking, interdisciplinary orientation, and SDG alignment, while reinforcing the importance of resilience. Indeed, as the speaker aptly emphasized, every successful grant journey begins with the conviction, yes, you can. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Dr. Randeep to present the report on technical session first A.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's my privilege to present the reported summary of Track 1, AI and Sustainable Economic Transformation. This session was chaired by Dr. Raminder Singh Uppal and co-chaired by Dr. Gurpreet Kaur Randhawa. A total of 8 papers were presented in the track. The session brought together diverse perspectives highlighting how AI can drive productivity, financial innovation, environmental sustainability, and inclusive growth across sectors. The track concluded that AI holds immense potential to act as a catalyst for sustainable economic transformation. However, its benefits are neither automatic nor evenly distributed. Realizing AI's transformative capacity requires coordinated efforts among policymakers, industries, academia, and civil society. The session reinforced that sustainable development in the AI era must balance innovation with responsibility, efficiency with equity, and growth with environmental stewardship. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Mrs. Akanksha Chopra to present the report on technical session first B.
Thank you. It's my privilege to present the summary of Track 2, AI-Enabled Governance and Policy Making, a technical session conducted under the session chair, Dr. Gaurav Talan from Guru Gobind Singh Indraprasth University, and co-session chaired by Dr. Rekha Handa from University Business School, GNTU. A total of 15 papers were presented by researchers and students. Collectively, the deliberations throughout this technical session reinforced a central thematic insight: artificial intelligence is not merely a technological tool, but a structural force capable of reshaping governance paradigms, financial ecosystems, industrial competitiveness, and societal interactions. While its capacity to enhance efficiency, transparency, and sustainability is undeniable, its long-term success depends upon ethical safeguards, institutional accountability, inclusive design, and regulatory vigilance. The session concluded with a shared recognition that sustainable development in the age of AI requires not only technological sophistication, but also human-centric implementation frameworks that prioritize equity, trust, and institutional resilience. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Dr. Ritima Khindri to present the report on technical session first C.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's my privilege to present as a reporter summary of the Track 3 titled Ethics, Equity and Inclusive Development. The session was chaired by Professor Mandeep Mahindru from the Senshi Istvan University, Hungary, and the co-chaired by Professor Praminder Singh, former head and Punjab School of the Economics faculty. The session thus has offered a rich and multidimensional exploration of how artificial intelligence is reshaping institutions, economies, and social structures. The session brought together diverse scholarly perspectives, collectively emphasizing structures that, while the AI presents transformative opportunities, its integration must be guided by ethical governance, social responsibility, and inclusive policy frameworks to ensure equitable and sustainable outcomes. A recurring theme across the presentations was the dual nature of artificial intelligence as both a powerful enabler and the potential source of structural risk. In conclusion, this technical session successfully foregrounded the imperative of responsible AI integration. It reinforced the understanding that artificial intelligence, when governed ethically and deployed inclusively, can accelerate sustainable development, yet without vigilant oversight, it risks amplifying diversities. The session thus provided a comprehensive foundation for advancing AI in a manner that is equitable, ethical, and aligned with broader development commitments. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Dr. Sarabjit to present the report on technical session 2nd A.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is my privilege to present the summary of Track 4 titled as a AI, Environment and Climate Action. This session was chaired by the Dr. Neena and co-chaired by the Dr. Khushvinder Kaur, and the total 14 papers were presented in this session. The session brought together a diverse range of insightful research exploring how artificial intelligence can contribute to the environmental sustainability and the climate resilience. The presentations highlighted on the growing role of AI in sustainable environmental monitoring, particularly through the integration of IoT and edge devices. Electric vehicles innovation focusing on the improving performance, efficiency and sustainability through intelligent systems, addressing the agriculture and ecological challenges such as a crop review, burning and groundwater crisis in Punjab, energy transitions, forest sustainability, and the stakeholder-driven environmental performance. A significant focus of this session was applying AI to the real-world sustainability issue from agriculture and supply chains to the urban development and natural resource management. The session concluded with the thought-provoking discussions on the future of AI in achieving global sustainability goals. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Ms. Prabjot to present the report on technical session 2nd B.
A very good afternoon, everyone. I, Prabjot Kaur, Assistant Professor, USFS, feel privileged to present the report year summary of Track 5 based on the theme Innovation, Entrepreneurship and Regional Development. The theme is highly relevant in today's dynamic landscape where innovation drives transformation, entrepreneurship fosters sustainable growth, and regional development promotes inclusive progress. Together, they create opportunities for knowledge creation and socio-economic advancement. The session was chaired by Dr. G.S. Popley and co-chaired by Dr. Jasween Kaur. The session began by focusing on the dynamic interrelationship between innovative ecosystems, entrepreneurship activity, and regional economic transformation. A total of 8 paper presentations were made in the session. The paper presentation showcased a rich blend of contemporary research and practical insights. The discussions explored how emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence and virtual try-on systems reshape consumer behavior, logistics, and entrepreneurial ecosystem. The presentations also examined AI-driven neuromarketing, innovation and quality management practices in MSME, and transformative role of industrial technologies in enhancing entrepreneurial performance and fostering balanced regional growth in India. Overall, the session examined how the interplay between the technological advancement, entrepreneurial dynamism, and regional economic growth reshape resilient and dynamic economies. At the end of the session, the chairperson and co-chairperson offered insightful and constructive suggestions that enriched the discussion and provided valuable directions for further research refinement. The session ended on a positive note that innovation is not merely a technological advancement but a catalyst for entrepreneurial transformation and regional resilience. Thank you everyone for your time and cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Dr. Navjot to present the report on technical session 2nd C.
I wish a very good afternoon to all of you. On behalf of the organizing committee, I, Dr. Navjot Kaur, feel privileged to present the summary of technical session 2C on the theme AI in Higher Education and Knowledge Systems. The session provided a critical, ethical, and human-centered perspective on the growing role of artificial intelligence in higher education and allied sectors. The chairperson, Professor Dr. Rajneesh Kaler, highlighted the potential risks associated with increasing use of AI in higher education. He clearly differentiated between the acceptance of AI as an assistive academic tool and its compulsive or unregulated use. Emphasizing academic integrity, he stressed the need to identify the root causes behind AI-assisted cheating rather than placing sole blame on technology. He underlined the importance of ethical AI usage and reaffirmed that human intuition, creativity, and judgment remain irreplaceable. He concluded by emphasizing that teachers cannot be replaced by AI and both faculty and students must be trained to use AI responsibly and effectively. The co-chairperson, Dr. Monica, raised a crucial concern regarding the reliability of AI-based feedback mechanisms in higher education. She pointed out that AI systems often generate biased feedback and lacked structured evaluation criteria. According to her, personal academic evaluation ensures fairness, sequence, and contextual understanding, which AI currently fails to provide. She strongly advocated for human-led assessment practices and emphasized the need to study and address bias in AI systems before their widespread adoption. The papers presented during the session examined diverse dimensions of AI. Presentations addressed AI-assisted cheating and ethical challenges in assessment, the role of AI in India's health sector along with its challenges, AI-driven knowledge management in higher education, and transformation of learning and training processes from effort-based to efficiency-driven models. In conclusion, this session emphasized that while AI holds immense transformative potential, its integration in higher education must remain ethical, balanced, and firmly human-centered. Thank you for lending ears.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Dr. Deeksha to present the report on conference workshop. Thank you all for presenting such comprehensive and insightful summaries of the sessions. Now I request Professor Laszlo Vasha to deliver his remarks to the audience.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for inviting me this great conference. This speech I wanted to deliver yesterday, but unfortunately my flight was in delay, so I couldn't reach the university on time. So I deliver it right now. So this is a profound honor to speak here in India at this timely and visionary conference. Allow me to begin with a simple but often forgotten truth. There is no digital future without a material foundation. There is no artificial intelligence without very real minerals. There is no green transition without land, water, and energy. There is no sovereignty without control over natural resources. This is a very timely question and issue nowadays. For a brief historical moment, some believed that globalization had made geography irrelevant, that resources no longer mattered, that growth could be decoupled entirely from material constraints. Reality has corrected that illusion. Semiconductors require rare earths. Batteries require lithium, cobalt, nickel. Renewable energy systems require copper and silver. Food security requires fertile soil and water. Even cloud computing depends on energy grids and cooling systems. Natural resources are not relics of the past. They are the strategic assets of the future, in my opinion. Sustainability, therefore, is no longer only an environmental question. It is a question of sovereignty. Who controls the critical minerals? Who governs water basins? Who owns agricultural land? Who defines data governance rules? Who builds and controls AI infrastructure? If sustainability is about intergenerational justice, sovereignty is about intergenerational security. And here lies the paradox. In a world that is technologically interconnected, states are rediscovering the importance of strategic autonomy. Not isolation, but resilience. The green transition has elevated the geopolitical importance of resource-rich regions. Food exporters, mineral producers, and renewable energy leaders have gained a new leverage. We are witnessing the rematerialization of geopolitics. But we must avoid repeating the extractive injustice of the past. Resource sovereignty must not mean resource nationalism without responsibility. It must mean transparent governance, equitable value chains, technological upgrading in producer countries, and ecological stewardship. AI can play a decisive role here. Precision agriculture, smart water management, mineral traceability, circular economy optimization. These are not luxuries, these are necessities. The second transformation is demographic and economy. The center of gravity of humanity is shifting. The global south is not the periphery anymore, it is the demographic core of the 21st century. It is the fastest growing region in terms of population, urbanization, and many cases, innovation. Africa will double its population by mid-century. South Asia is already home to some of the youngest societies on the earth. Southeast Asia is becoming a manufacturing and digital powerhouse. So the global south holds the majority of critical minerals, the majority of biodiversity, and increasingly the majority of young minds. The question is no longer whether the global south will matter. The question is whether global governance will adapt to this reality. AI development, sustainability standards, financial architecture, climate governance. These must not remain concentrated in a narrow circle of countries. Inclusion is not charity, it is a systematic necessity. If the future of economy is AI-augmented, then access to computing power, data and research ecosystems must become global public goods. Instead, we should imagine a world of distributed intelligence, where regions develop context-sensitive AI systems for agriculture, health, climate resilience, and urban planning. The Global South is not only a beneficiary of sustainability, it must be a co-architect of it. And now about the universities' role as strategic infrastructure. Let me turn into a subject particularly dear to me, the universities. In the 19th century, universities were the centers of national awakening. In the 20th century, the universities were the engines of industrialization. And in the 21st century, they must become the architects of the planetary resilience. Universities are not ivory towers anymore, shouldn't be. They are strategic infrastructure. AI-augmented sustainability requires interdisciplinary thinking. Economists must speak with ecologists. Engineers must collaborate with sociologists. Data scientists must work with public policy experts. We need a new academic contract. Open knowledge ecosystems across North and South, joint doctoral programs and addressing sustainability challenges, shared research infrastructure, ethical AI frameworks co-developed by diverse societies. In my own region of Central Europe, we increasingly recognize that sovereignty in the 21st century depends on research capacity. Without domestic scientific competence, countries become mere consumers of imported technologies. But sovereignty does not mean isolation. It means cooperation among equals. India is uniquely positioned to lead in building transcontinental academic alliances, linking Europe, Africa, Southeast Asia, and the Middle East through research networks. Imagine an AI sustainability consortium spanning Delhi, Budapest, Nairobi, Jakarta, or Sao Paulo. Share data lakes for climate modeling, joint AI tools for water stress prediction, co-author a doctoral thesis solving real societal problems. This is not utopian, this is feasible if political will and academic courage align. Allow me to speak directly about India. India embodies several historical forces at once, a civilizational depth stretching back millennia, a young and dynamic demographic profile, a rapidly growing digital ecosystem, a vibrant scientific community, and a democratic framework capable of plural debate. India has become a leader in digital public infrastructure. Its investments in space exploration, pharmaceuticals, IT services, and renewable energy are globally recognized. But most important asset, the most important asset of India is not a mineral or technology. It is the human capital. With one of the largest youth populations in the world, India is poised to become the epicenter of global scientific production. The future of AI research, sustainability modeling, and interdisciplinary innovation may very well be written here. If the 20th century was shaped by Atlantic institutions, the 21st may be shaped by Indo-Pacific knowledge systems. And this is not a zero-sum shift. It is an expansion of the intellectual map of the world. Artificial intelligence can either concentrate power or distribute it. It can optimize resource use, reduce waste, improve the governance transparency, enhance disaster prediction, and democratize access to information, or it can entrench monopolies, exacerbate inequalities, centralize control, or undermine democratic oversight. The difference lies in governance design. We must ask bold questions. Should critical sustainability AI models be treated as a global commons? Should resource data be governed under international transparency protocols? Can we create sovereign AI stacks that are interoperable but locally governed? Can we measure national wealth only by GDP, but by resilience capital, ecological sustainability, knowledge capacity, and social trust? This is the question. Perhaps we need a new economic indicator, the gross sustainable sovereignty, a composite measure of resource security, technological autonomy, ecological health, and institutional resilience. Growth alone is not sufficient. Degrowth alone is politically unsustainable. What we need is a smart, qualitative development. And as a conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, we are not witnessing the end of globalization. We are witnessing its transformation. A multipolar, resource-aware, AI-driven world is emerging. The global south is rising, natural resources are regaining strategic weight, and universities are becoming geopolitical actors. India is stepping into scientific leadership. The question is not whether change will come, the question is whether we will shape it wisely. Let us build a future where AI enhances sustainability rather than undermines it. Resource wealth translates into societal prosperity, sovereignty coexists with cooperation, and development becomes inclusive, intelligent, and resilient. If we succeed, the 21st century will not be remembered as an age of crisis, but as a moment humanity learned to align intelligence, artificial and human, with the limits of possibilities of our planet. And I firmly believe that a significant part of that story will be written here in India, together with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for so insightful words. Now I request Professor Laila Dagger to kindly address the audience.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is a privilege to address you at the close of this two-day international conference. Over the past days, this university has become more than a venue. It has become a space of convergence. Ideas from economics, governance, technology, ethics, climate science, entrepreneurship, and education have intersected in meaningful ways. What we have witnessed here is not simply academic exchange. It is intellectual collaboration at a time when the world urgently needs it. The theme of this conference invites us to reimagine. Reimagining implies dissatisfaction with just incremental changes. It implies recognition that the systems governing our economies and societies are under strain, environmentally, institutionally, and socially. Artificial intelligence enters this landscape not as a neutral technological innovation, but as a transformative force capable of kind of reshaping markets, institutions, and human interaction itself. Throughout the sessions, one insight consistently emerged: AI is no longer peripheral to development. It is embedded in financial systems, governance structures, climate strategies, supply chains, and education models. It influences how capital is allocated, how policies are evaluated, how risks are predicted, and how knowledge is transmitted. In that sense, AI is not merely a tool. It is becoming infrastructure. Perhaps the most thought-provoking exchanges occurred in sessions addressing ethics, equity, and inclusive development. We discussed digital divides, financial literacy, cyber behavior, artificial companionship, and the social consequences of a digitally mediated world. These conversations remind us that technological transformation is also cultural transformation. AI reshapes not only industries, but identities, expectations, and social interaction. Sustainable development at its core is about intergenerational justice. Ethical AI is about interhuman justice. If access to digital tools remain uneven, AI risks widening rather than narrowing inequality. If AI-driven educational tools benefit only well-resourced institutions, we risk deepening educational stratification. Inclusion must therefore be built into design and not retrofitted after the harm occurs. The conversations on higher education perhaps resonated most personally with many of us in this room. AI is redefining teaching, assessment, research practices, and academic integrity. It challenges us to move beyond traditional pedagogical models and rethink how knowledge is created and is evaluated. The appropriate response is neither resistance nor uncritical acceptance. Rather, it is thoughtful integration. Education must evolve toward critical thinking, synthesis, ethical reasoning, and adaptability. In a world where information is abundant, wisdom becomes the scarce resource. As we reflect on these themes collectively, a broader insight becomes very clear. Artificial intelligence is not destiny, it is design. Its trajectory depends on policy choices, regulatory frameworks, institutional cultures, and scholarly integrity. The future of AI in sustainable development will not be determined solely by engineers or entrepreneurs. It will be shaped by interdisciplinary dialogue, like the one we saw here, precisely the kind of dialogue that this conference has fostered yesterday and today. What distinguishes this gathering is not only its thematic breadth, but its emphasis on policy impact. Academic insight must inform public policy, as we stressed several times. Research must move beyond publication toward actual implementation. The bridges between academia, industry, and governance must remain active beyond these 2 days. Conferences are valuable not as endpoints, but as beginnings. Beginnings of collaborations, comparative research, joint funding initiatives, and sustained dialogue. As we conclude, let us reflect on what sustainable development truly demands. It demands resilience in the face of uncertainty. It demands institutional adaptability. It demands ethical clarity. And it demands humility. Humility to recognize that technological advancement alone does not guarantee social progress. AI amplifies human capacity. It can amplify creativity, productivity, and foresight. But it can also amplify inequality, exclusion, and short-termism. The difference lies in governance, values, and collective intention. Let us leave this conference with a shared understanding. The responsibility for shaping AI's role in sustainable development rests with all of us, researchers, policymakers, industry leaders, and students alike. The future will not be written by algorithms alone. It will be written by the principles we embed within them. Thank you again, and I leave the floor to you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It is now my proud privilege to introduce our esteemed chief guest and keynote speaker, Mr. Suresh James Shelia. Mr. Shelia is a Vice President, Special Projects at Tata Steel Colors Private Limited and a distinguished chartered accountant with over 32 years of corporate leadership experience, having served in senior roles including Chief Financial Officer across reputed global organizations. With great honor, I invite Mr. Suresh James Shelia to kindly deliver the valedictory address.
So good afternoon everyone, respected dignitaries on the dais, professors, lecturers, fellow students, welcome you all. It's really a privilege and an honor for me to be here to give the keynote address. After listening to all the streams of conversations that's gone over the last couple of days, I'm not sure what is it that I'm going to add. But definitely I think there's something that I'll be able to add to what has been discussed. And this is more from a perspective of how I see it, coming from the corporate world a little bit. And also my own, views on how I look at things. Okay? So that's said, I would like to first... would like to start off with this slide. How many of you are aware of what this is? This has been in the news lately, and it shook a lot of our IT companies, not only in India but across the world. So basically what's happening here is Anthropic, the AI plugin that they have given, would do a lot of work that we as humans are doing. A lot of our professionals in India, whatever we do, it's going to enable, AI is going to do it all. So if you really look at what happened when this news came that this plugin was going to be available, this was on 4th of February, the stocks of all IT companies in India, and of course globally also, it just nosedived by about 6%. And actually the problem for India is much bigger. It deepened concerns in the Indian industry, where it's about $283 billion worth of action is happening in India, and we depend on that. A large part of our workforce, they depend on doing these value-added jobs, which now Claude will be doing. So that's a big thing. And if you really look at the digital economy, a broader definition of India's digital economy, which includes IT services, software products, and digital platforms, they account for 11.7% of the GDP in 22-23, and is projected to reach 20% by 2029. 20% is 1/5 of the GDP is going to be this, and 3% of our workforce are there involved in it. But when you look at the per capita income of India, it's around $2,800. Now these people who are working in this 3%, actually their per capita is almost 10 times of the national average. So this one impact is going to be huge for the India as a country, and for our people. The demographics that Professor spoke about, it's going to have a huge impact. Okay, so this is what I wanted to start off with, and then we go into the next one. Of course, this Sustainable Development Goals. Basically, can you go to the next? Yeah. So if you look at this emanated from the UN, where in 2015, most of you should be knowing it, that they came out with this huge target to achieve by 2030 to address poverty, inequality, climate change, and they wanted this to be applied across all nations. And the aim is to end poverty, protect the planet, and ensure prosperity for all through 169 specific targets. And they said we'll monitor the progress in 2020, 2025, and 2030. Now, when they did the second one in 2026, what they found is only 17% of the targets are on track. And of course, we had the pandemic and the wars which are going on, which affected poverty, hunger, and climate goals. It really impacted the goals, and where we couldn't really move forward. And now, recently, this AI phenomena is a different monster, I would say, by itself. And how it is going to pan out is only for us to see. It requires a lot of imagination to see how it is going to pan out, especially for a country like India. And if you look at India, where have we advanced? India has advanced in clean energy and poverty reduction to some extent. And there also, when it comes to poverty reduction, I'm not too sure, what poverty reduction, the way it is calculated, but it has played some role in kind of alleviating or bringing down poverty. Of course, to the extent that is being professed, I'm not too sure, whether we've been able to really reduce poverty to that extent. Because if you look at tur dal, which was around 50 rupees some, 20 years back, now it's 180 rupees. So if you look at from a person, from the consumption point of view, especially for the vast majority of the people whose, daily wages and other things depend for the food that they eat, where they almost spend more than 60 to 70% of their earnings in that, the increase, the inflation has been so high. So how poverty has come down, it's a question mark, but there are statistics which the government is giving. Of course, there would be some kind of, I would say, moderation that we need to look at it. So this is what, when it is. And of course, we have the Sustainable Development Goals, which most of you would know. I don't want to go into it. And then coming to India in specific. Okay, so we have 1.4 billion population. Okay, and we have this climate shocks now with all this climate change, a lot of floods. We saw in Kerala what happened in various places, flash floods. We see a lot of these things happening, and then urbanization. Actually, if you look at urbanization in India, most of the people, about 69% of the people live in, basically in villages. The balance in urbanized places. But when you look at the GDP part of it, almost 65 to 70% of the GDP comes from cities, the major cities, whereas the balance is from rural. And what they say by 2030, around 75% is going to come from urban areas. So that's another huge thing we have. If you look at the population, demographics, basically Professor also touched upon it, many of them touched upon it. Here again the problem is we have almost 1,000, I would say how many? It is 1 billion of population who would be in the workable age. And in this case, what they say, the workable age is between 16 to around 64. And this is increasing. So by 2030, it's going to be around 988 million of people, they're going to be there. And these are people who need to earn their living. Okay, so that's the demographics. And when you look at the other statistics, we say, the real GDP of India is around, the nominal GDP is around 4.2 trillion, which as per the government's things, we would like to reach 5 trillion. But the real GDP is only around 2.25 trillion. So when and how we are going to reach that kind of a figure is something that really we need to work out as Indians. When it comes to per capita, it's even worse. It's $2,818, and we are 136th among 190 countries. And as I spoke to you, if IT, which has about, which is about 20% of our GDP, and if that is going to be impacted, and if that population, which was 3%, was having 10 times the GDP, now if that comes down, you can imagine where the GDP will be. So that's another big challenge that India faces. So these are all the challenges that we have, and so now comes the, then we have now India, of course, the government has been very, I would say, proactive in many ways. They've been trying to at least come up with policies, kind of, a lot of initiatives. Of course, whether it's leading towards where they want it to be, it'll take time because it is all about cultural change. But they have come up with this AI Impact Summit in 2026, where it's the three sutras, they revolve around people, planet, and progress. And which is right. But again, there a question mark. If you look at India AI mission, the allocation for that is 10,000 crores since 2024. Now we see companies like, big AI companies and others investing $100 billion, each of them, more than that. Some are much beyond, they're investing. Whereas India as a country, what we're investing is nothing. It's running in millions. So will this really help us to be where we want to be? Yes, these are good statements to have. But as Indians, I think we need to really look at how we are going to progress in this space. Of course, we have this next 7 chakras of India, the AI Impact Summit. They also talked about human capital as one thing, science, democratizing AI resources, resilience. Here again, I wanted to give some statistics. When I look at human capital, that is the biggest concern if I really look at India. 65% is in the working age group, 15 to 64 years. Median age is 28.4 years. So there's a lot of years for them to live through. Okay, then India will add roughly 24.3% of the incremental global workforce over the next decade. And as per statistics, 3 in 5 are self-employed. Okay, and 46% are in agriculture. 65 to 69% of India live in villages and rural areas. So this is the demographics, and this is where we are really. It's a huge challenge for India when it comes to this. And with AI coming, I hear of people who say a person himself using AI tools, he's able to manage a $100 million company with very few people. So that's where things are going. With AI, productivity is increasing. But when it is coming to the Indian context, what is that we need to do is the challenge now. So AI augmentation is what now we are talking about, and that's the theme of the conference. And I think that's the right thing to talk about, because autonomous AI is something that leads to where AI does everything, whereas we need to see with our demographic profile and our environment, what is that we need to do to engage AI and the people together to progress as a nation. So that's a big challenge that each of us have it, because we are, if you really look at from a wealth point of view, 1% of the people, they manage 40% of the wealth in India. About 10% they manage almost 65% of the wealth in India. The bottom, and then 60%, I think they manage around 5% of the wealth. So this is the context in which we are, and we are very privileged here. Each of us who are sitting here, we are privileged to have our bank account tick in the end of the month with our salaries. We have parents, if it's students, we have parents who are earning well. But looking at the bigger picture, what are we going to do is the challenge that I leave. Because there are no real answers to it, straightforward answers. Yes, a lot was spoken, lot of things have been spoken, but we really need to look at the whole picture in a much broader sense. And in each of our individual capacities, as well as universities, as academicians, and as he rightly said, now we cannot live in an isolated environment. We cannot bring out things in isolation. Everybody has to join together. Academicians, the people who's working in the industry, everyone. It means everyone, even the person who's working in the shop floor, all have to come together if we want to make a difference. And that is something that we need to do. So when we look at, again, the core pathways for us, the major, as I said, most of the people are engaged in agriculture. We need to really address that. Energy and climate. Rightly said, AI is a monster which takes a lot of energy. So which essentially means all the goals around water, goals around, how do you generate electricity, ESG, everything is getting impacted. So how are we going to manage that? Because on one side, we have kind of given our commitments. 2070 will be net zero. All those, 2047, I think, net zero. So we have given these commitments to the world. And for India, how are we going to reach this in this context where AI, on one side, yes, it's going to make a huge difference, it will make. But how are we going to manage all of these in a balanced way is the challenge we have. So of course, government and people are doing a lot of things. When I look at the next slide, please. So if you look at agriculture, we are using, the satellites, we are using the drones, and, precision fertilizer. The yields have improved by 20 to 30%. These are being done in pockets. Now, how are we going to socialize it across the nation? How are we going to make it happen across the nation for productivity improvements? Then, of course, monsoon advisories for small holders. I was in a conference the other day, and one of the guy from fertilizer company, he came. He showed me an app, and I've got it in my thing. So that app actually tells the farmers in every region at what point, when is it going to rain, what is going to be the climate. So accordingly, what happens is they also stock up their fertilizer at the right time, at the right place, and then they inform the farmers, who immediately do the cropping. They come for buying the seed, then when to, harvest, all of that. So AI is definitely making a huge change. But is it going to be all pervasive across India? How are we going to make it? That is going to be the challenge. But I would definitely say we are using prototypes from other countries. We are trying to emulate that in India. There is a challenge there, but we need to keep doing that and doing that more. Energy and climate, there again, these are some of the examples where smart grids for Rajasthan solar boom. What happens is because the AI connectivity and because they have so many solar things put up, solar actually, the generation of electricity is only during when the sun is there. After that, what we do. So through AI, they are able to look at various things in terms of where the energy is available, where it can be distributed. So they are doing a lot of work in that, and so they are able to predict a lot of things. And this again has to be done across India. The third one is urban and circular systems. Here again we have huge traffic snarls. Just now I was speaking about Bangalore because I grew up in Chennai, but then I had my first stint to my jobs were in Bangalore for about 12 years, and now I'm in Pune. So the comment was, Bangalore is it livable now? The biggest problem there is the traffic. So you just cannot say at what time you will reach somewhere. If we talk, we don't talk of distances, we talk of the time it takes. And that also is a big question mark. So if you look at each of our cities, we have problems. It's grown much more than it should. And it's not grown vertically, it's not grown horizontal. It is growing, however, it's madness once you are there. Even when I came to Pune, last 12 years I'm there, it was such a clean city, but now things have changed a lot. Okay, so everywhere I think when urbanization happens, this is going to be a challenge, and we need to address it. Of course, a lot of good things are happening. I'm not saying that it's not happening, but if you look at agriculture, productivity gains are up to 30 to 50% in crop yields. Healthcare, a lot of work has been done in early detection of TB, cancer, neurological disorders. Education again, it integrates AI learning, and education again, when I look at education has become an industry now. 65% of the corporates, educational institutions are corporatized, which essentially means it's more expensive for people to learn. And again, as Madam was saying, it's about, do we have enough, is there equality in that? Will everybody get an opportunity to learn, to pay so much money and learn? So that is the other big issue that India is going to have. Justice delivery, a lot of things, good things are happening, but how we are going to really address it is the challenge for India. I don't think there are real good enough answers, but we need to find those answers. Coming to the challenges, for me, again, the bias, risks, inequities. Again, when we depend on AI, this is a huge risk which is going to be there. AI bias, where an AI system produces systematically prejudiced results due to flaws in the machine learning process. So we all know how the machine learning happens. So somebody is going to give the logic, somebody is going to tutor it. So if it is tutored wrongly, it would give wrong results. So now in today's context, across the world, if you look at media is owned by corporates. So now what comes in the media, how far is it going to be reality? How far is it the absolute truth? It cannot be absolute truth, I agree, but at least the truth. So yeah, because everything is AI generated. You look at the TV, you look at the news, suddenly you see Modi dancing, Mr. Shah dancing, and others crawling. So some people, it might so happen, they might think that is true also. AI is so true nowadays. It can, these are caricatures, at least in the news bulletins, you can identify it's a caricature. But AI can really devastate a lot of things. False messaging can happen, a lot of things are going wrong. So how, this again, I think a lot of your streams, you've spoken about it, and that is something, the governance around that is going to become very important, and each of us have to validate whatever we come to know. Because it's so real, everything, you look at the reels, you look at things, it's so real. So unless we are able to have that discernment and discretion, we can be misled. Energy hungry models, as I said, that is going to be the other thing. Data gaps. So these are some of the challenges that are there, and I'm sure during the various technical streams it's been spoken about. We need to really see how we are going to manage that. And from ethical pathways forward, when I look at it from a forward basis, actually we need to have diverse data sets and audits. Then from an Indian context, if you look at whatever we do, it has to be human-centric AI and inclusive for women and rural India. These are two important things that needs to be looked at. And third, but I think the UNDP has also said, democratizing tools is very, very critical. What do you mean by that? If big corporations are going to just manage the tools, just imagine some of those fictional movies that we saw where everything is managed and, truth is lost. And whoever wants to gain control, they control. So those kind of things can happen. That is why they democratize the tool so that it's open source. So if there's a fault in something, others can find out, and it can be democratized and people can know whether something is right, wrong, and correct it. So these are the things. So we need to have codes which shapes equity across. So to me, these are the things that we need to look at. And coming to the last slide, I thought a lot of college students would be there, postgraduate students. So I wanted to ask them, how are they going to address things? Okay, so I would want to tell the college students, even otherwise the professors can tell your students, they are not users, they need to be builders. You need to be builders, okay? So you need to look at in the context of the whole and see how to relate to things the right way, and we need to see whether there is a sense of justice, equity, is there a sense of commonality. We need to really look at things in the context of India, if India has to be a nation that we want it to be. Because we speak a lot, but when it comes to actually delivering things, I think we are still a long way off. When it comes to innovation, India has not been there. You look at the kind of investment that we make in R&D, it's a pittance. So with that kind of a thing, it's really not that we can have the best people on the earth, but finally we'll be subservient to somebody else and working for somebody else, and the nation is not going to really benefit much. So if there are industrialists, or tomorrow, if there are students whose parents are industrialists, you need to really look at, are your parents, are they investing in R&D? So that is something that we need to be. We need to be builders. And as students, the other thing is you need to participate in various activities, because as rightly said, you need to have a wider spectrum. Your thought process cannot be just into academics or into industry. It cannot be. You need to have a diverse view to put things together. Other day I was in a seminar where this guy is from Reliance actually. He's their AI specialist. So he was saying, on one side there is technology, the other side there is a use case, and there are various use cases if you look at. We need connectors who is able to understand both what is the requirement and what is the technology available, and the third one is the regulatory part. Am I doing it right? So a person who's having a wholesome understanding of these things are going to be the future, who are able to connect these things and make a difference for themselves and for the nation. So that is something that really I would say that each of the students should aspire for. And as a closing vision, so we need to augment the future, we need to design responsibly, and we need to lead sustainably. If you go back again to the UN, that 17 things, on sustainability, it's all about that, okay? So finally, whatever we do, it should be sustainable and it should lead to sustainability across. So the now and the future of India is what I envisage. And thank you for your patient listening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful and inspiring interest. Now I invite respected Dr. Balwinder Singh, Coordinator, Golden Jubilee Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation, to kindly address the audience.
Thank you very much. So I was thinking what to say. Okay, I divide my talk into 3 parts. First, why this conference? My Vice Chancellor asked me that he has a vision. He wanted to hold a conference. He consulted Dr. Gagan from Delhi. And he says whether funds are available or not. I say ample funds because my center has ample funds still. Then this responsibility was given to 3 brilliant persons, Punjab School of Economics, Dr. Baljeet, Dr. Vikram from University Business School, and Dr. Aparna Bhatia from University School of Regional Studies. And I must admit that they have performed this responsibility very well. So a big clapping. I am very happy at the outcomes of this conference. Many persons from many parts of the world have come together. Some person from Spain, some person from Beirut, some person from Australia, some from Delhi, some from UP, some from Africa. They have come together. They have met each other. They have shared some thoughts, some time, some memories. And we have achieved something. Because the purpose is to start thinking something. It is not to achieving something. If we are not aware, we cannot face the problem. The problem is that we can manage the risks, but if risk is known to us. So we are discussing in the last 2 days what can be the possibilities in the days to come. What is happening in and around the world. And that we are doing. But before I start anything, ਮੈਨੂੰ 3-4 ਹਿੰਦੀ ਦੇ ਗਾਣੇ ਯਾਦ ਆ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ। ਪਹਿਲਾ ਸੌਂਗ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਯਾਦ ਆ ਰਿਹਾ ਉਹ ਆ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ ਕਬੂਤਰ ਜਾ 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 ਪਹਿਲੇ ਪਿਆਰ ਦੀ ਪਹਿਲੀ ਚਿੱਠੀ ਸਾਜਨ ਨੂੰ ਦਿਆ। ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਯਾਦ ਹੋਵੇ ਤਾਂ ਸੌਂਗ ਦੇਖ ਕਰਦਾ। ਦੂਸਰਾ ਸੌਂਗ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਯਾਦ ਆ ਰਿਹਾ ਉਹ ਆ ਰਿਹਾ ਡਾਕੀਆ ਡਾਕ ਲਾਇਆ ਜਾਂ ਚਿੱਠੀ ਆਈ ਹੈ ਚਿੱਠੀ ਆਈ ਹੈ। ਓਕੇ, थर्ड सॉन्ग ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ याद आ रहा मेरे पिया गए रंगून वहाँ से आया है टेलीफोन मेरी याद सताती है कुछ ऐसा सॉन्ग सीगा। एंड लास्ट सॉन्ग ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੁਣੇ याद आ रहा वो आ रहा व्हाट इज योर मोबाइल नंबर रिसेंटली ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੋਇਆ। सो जस्ट सी फ्रॉम कबूतर टू postal messages and then telephone and then mobile and now next song AI. See, the world is changing and I think in India we are talking, not doing anything. Let me make a very big statement right now. We are very hopeful, we are very optimistic, we believe in God. Something will happen and God will come to us. Because we have Vishnu, Brahma, Mahesh, we have 10 gurus, we have, and they will come to help us. No, my dear friends. If I can produce some of the features which have come to the picture recently, there is one historian, Israeli historian, who has delivered a lecture on World Economic Forum. And what he has given in the days to come, what you are going to face. And it is not predictions, realities which he has done. He says AI is not a tool now, it is an agent. Still we are thinking it is a tool to be used for producing something. He says no, the days are gone. He says language, law and culture, it will be taken over by this agent in the days to come. Because these are using some words and words can be taken over by the AI. He says AI immigration crisis will happen very soon. Now we are thinking of human immigration. See, the Chinese, they are developing some humanoids. How you are going to counter them? Dark factories. We are thinking that in the days to come, this will happen, this will happen. China is thinking, suppose if there is no WhatsApp and Google says, thank you to India, what will happen to India? No WhatsApp, just it is a problem for 3 hours. There are some problem with the servers of WhatsApp and there are news and news in India. But China says, we are not bothered about WhatsApp. We are not bothered about Google. Because we have developed our own system. China is thinking if there is no sun, we can create an artificial sun. Now they are thinking that the humanoids, how to develop the feelings in those humanoids so that they can replace human beings. We are producing things with the help of manpower. They are producing things with the help of those humanoids. And no time barrier, no space. They can work for 24 hours with perfection. And now we will be competing that word. And we say no. Friends, we believe in impressions. ਅਸੀਂ ਹਰ ਚੀਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਤੇ ਇੰਪ੍ਰੈਸ਼ਨ ਪਾਉਣ ਲਈ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਉਹ ਚੋਂ ਬਾਹਰ ਆਉਣਾ ਪਏਗਾ ਅਸੀਂ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਬੋਲਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੰਮ ਬੋਲਦੇ ਨੇ ਜਿੰਨਾ ਜਲਦੀ ਸਿੱਖ ਲਵਾਂਗੇ that will be better. We hold seminars, we hold workshops, we hold international conferences, and then what? The job is done. But they do not hold these types of events as such. They produce some works, and those works are being discussed all over the world. So we will have to reorient our thinking process in the days to come. That if you wish either perform or perish, this is going to happen. Corona has given you a lesson. But I think still we have not learned the lesson. The AI, we cannot avoid it. It is an opportunity for you in the days to come. But how we can use it for our advantage? Of course there can be challenges, but whether we are willing to do that, that is very important. Our attitude towards adoption of AI. Now what we are doing, okay, instead of writing letters, we ask AI to write a letter on behalf of us. We give a prompt. So this means your thought process has limited. Now where Khushwant Singh will come, where Shiv Batavi will come, where original thinkers will come, where creative persons will come. We says write a poem on love which is to be sent to someone. So AI will generate a poem and you are sending that poem. So slowly and slowly we are becoming prisoner of AI. AI is an agent. AI is not a master. We must understand. And human should be always master. Let us stop thinking because I think I am. Now AI think, so hoega ki AI am. This is the time to come. So let us start finding out the solutions of the problems which we are facing with the help of AI. My best wishes to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your thoughtful remarks. At this moment, we take immense pride in expressing our sincere gratitude to our esteemed chief guests and dignitaries. May I request Dr. Balwinder Singh to kindly present mementos as tokens of appreciation to our esteemed guests. I request all the dignitaries to come forward. Professor Laila Decker. I kindly request to present the mementos. To Mr. Suresh James Shelley. Now I request Dr. Baljeet Kaur, Professor Vikram Sandhu and Dr. Aparna Bhatia to facilitate Dr. Balwinder Singh. I now request Dr. Baljeet Kaur, Head, Punjab School of Economics, to kindly address the gathering in the form of vote of thanks.
Very good afternoon, all present here. I feel very privileged to propose a vote of thanks on this special occasion. On behalf of Punjab School of Economics, University School of Financial Studies and University Business School, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to all those who have made this international conference on AI-Augmented Pathways to Sustainable Development a special one. Our special and sincere thanks first of all goes to our worthy Vice Chancellor Professor Karamjit Singh Ji for always encouraging us, guiding us and providing us a conducive environment for the organization of this event. VC sir has given us the opportunity to collaborate 3 departments, which is actually a very wonderful experience. We're extremely thankful to Professor Balwinder Singh, Coordinator, Golden Jubilee Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation, for always being there for us and mentoring us in the organization of this event, because whenever we feel any difficulty, any problem, we just call that, sir, this is going to be happen, we are facing this problem. So thank you very much, sir. Thank you for always being there. I'm thankful to the deputy coordinators of this conference, Professor Vikram Sandhu, Head UBS, and Dr. Aparna Bhatia, Head USFS, for collaborating with me. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, ma'am. It was a wonderful experience for me. We are thankful to the university officials for providing necessary support and guidance. We are especially thankful to our speakers of this session, Mr. Suresh J.V. Chelaya, Mr. Laszlo Vasha from Itvan University, Hungary, who is also Chief Advisor of Hungary Institute of International Affairs, Dr. Leela Dagger from Adnan Kasser School of Business, Lebanon, for their wonderful thoughts, for their insightful thoughts and insightful words. And I am especially thankful to our chief guest, keynote speaker, guest speaker of the inaugural ceremony, and the resource persons, panelists, journal editors, chairpersons and co-chairpersons of the technical sections. My sincere thanks also go to the faculty member of Punjab School of Economics, University School of Financial Studies and University Business School for working tirelessly to make this event a success. Thank you all of you. Thank you my faculty members. I'm also thankful to my students, research scholars of 3 departments for always being there to help us out. I am also thankful to our non-teaching staff for providing the necessary support. I also put on record my sincere thanks to paper presenters and workshop attendees. Then we are thankful to the caretakers of Golden Jubilee Convention Center, and especially we are thankful to our students who have always been supporting us through various committees to make this program a grand success. And in addition, I am also especially thankful to our invited guests, senior professors, colleagues from other departments and from affiliating colleges for their presence. I am thankful to the research scholars We are also thankful to the Director, Public Relation Officer, Print and Electronic Media for their presence and hope they will provide us with excellent coverage. Thank you very much. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your inspiring words and dedicated leadership. As we come to the formal conclusion of this valedictory session, I request everyone to kindly rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविण उत्कल बंग विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंग तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाए सब जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you all. With this, we formally conclude the valedictory session of this international conference. May the ideas deliberated